Chapter 1462. In the World Tree's main body dimension, the war had already reached its climax. Black Star and the Tree God had already disappeared for a long time. Due to the sudden change, the Galactic Alliance Army did not know the situation. Countless officers and soldiers could only endure their uneasiness and fear and continue to participate in the war. Due to the lack of Black Star, the advance of the main force was also slow. At this moment, the Galactic Alliance fleet had barely broken through to the second layer of defense, and the World Tree-blessed race did not care about the cost to reinforce the defense line. The battlefield was like a millstone, crushing the battleships and soldiers into powder. The casualties were uncountable, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Without Black Star's support, the advance of the Beyond Grade as was also blocked. However, the quality and scale of their combat strength still exceeded the current high-level combatants of the World Tree. The two sides fought for a long time, and the Beyond Grade as of the Galactic Society had already killed most of the high-level combatants of the other side. However, because the Beyond Grade as lacked the strength of Black Star, who could ignore the large-scale galactic battlefield, even if they killed many experts of the World Tree, they could not go deep. Instead, due to the fierce artillery fire of the World Tree-blessed race, they did not dare to charge too far forward and be used as a target. They could only retreat to the vicinity of the main force to cooperate. Although there was not much danger with Aurora's help, the Beyond Grade as were temporarily unable to reverse the current stalemate. After all, the World Tree had too many troops. I wonder where Black Star was taken to. Can you contact him? Kasui pressed his hand on his forehead and controlled his psychic energy to shatter the enemies one ship after another. He asked in the Beyond Grade A combat channel with a worried tone. I can't contact him. It's most likely that the Tree God used some trump card to prevent Black Star from continuing to advance and brought him to some alternate space. He probably can only come out after a victor is decided. Hela replied casually. She swept the cold current of death across the fleet, and red ice crystals grew out of the interior of these battleships, bursting through the hull. Black Star won't lose, right? Ulu asked hesitantly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Whether Black Star wins or not, he can come and go as he pleases. Hela was not worried about Han Xiao's safety at all. It's hard to say. The World Tree civilization has developed to this point and is unfathomable. Who knows what other trump cards it has? Maybe Black Star will fall for it too. Hela, Aurora, and the others weren't worried. However, there were also many Beyond Grade as who were worried. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Black Star's strength, but a war of this scale? No one could say for sure what would happen. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Black Star shouldered the responsibility of leading the association and was also the controller of the Sanctum Revival. It was hard for some of the Beyond Grade as not to feel nervous, especially since they knew nothing about Black Star's situation. At the same time, Yarrow was in the Strategic Command Center. Warno's remote projection was also present, watching the battle. Most of the Beyond Grade as in the Galactic Society were involved in this war, but Warno's was not one of them. When Ethereal came looking for him, he still refused to participate in this battle. The reason was the same as before, he needed to maintain a perfect state at all times. He did not want to waste his energy in other aspects, lest he missed the opportunity to step into the Transcendent Grade. Because Black Star, a real Transcendent, was participating in the battle, the Arcane Church did not force Warno's to take action. However, Warno's requested to watch the battle, which was not rejected. The officers and staff officers were discussing the battle endlessly. Warno's did not interrupt from the beginning to the end and stood alone on the sidelines. He silently watched the battlefield. He was not very interested in the battle. Requesting to watch the battle? The main reason was that he wanted to see the battle of a Transcendent Grade and use this to inspire himself. However, this idea fell through. Black Star and the Tree God should be fighting in an alternate space? Unfortunately, I can't see it. Warno's sighed. He only watched a small portion of the battle between the two of them on the main battlefield. They did not even use any of their trump cards. He could not help but feel that it was a pity that he could not see the rest of the battle. He only felt that he had not had enough and his heart itched. If he could watch the entire battle between the two transcendent grade supers, his chances of stepping into the transcendent grade might be higher. Just as he was feeling regretful, a strange feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart. He could not explain it clearly. It was an inexplicable intuition, as if he had missed something. Strange, this feeling came and went quickly. Warnose pressed his chest, a little confused. Before he could think carefully, the officer beside him suddenly exclaimed. Warnose turned around and saw Blackstar, who had disappeared for a long time, appear on the battlefield again, immediately causing the situation to change. In the fifth layer of the World Tree's defense circle, right where the two of them had disappeared, a shattered green light suddenly bloomed, and a huge figure flew out. It was Han Xiao's supreme heavenly venerate. Blackstar is back. The Galactic Alliance army was overjoyed. They hurriedly widened their eyes and waited for the tree god to appear. However, the next moment, the green light exploded and turned into light fragments, but the tree god did not come out. It was as if he had really disappeared. Where's the tree god? Where did he go? Many people were energized, and they had a guess that made them slightly excited. Before they could ask, Han Xiao connected to the combat channel again and confirmed their guess. I've already eliminated the tree god. He won't obstruct our actions anymore. Continue attacking. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that the battlefield was still in a stalemate, he was relieved. He was afraid that he would be entangled by the tree god for too long, causing the battlefield to change. Nothing unexpected had happened. He did not delay and continued to charge toward the World Tree's main body without hesitation. Enduring the enemy's focused fire, he forced his way into the defense circle alone. Seeing that Han Xiao did not mention anything about the battle, although they were curious, they did not ask further. To them, it was enough to know the outcome. Follow Blackstar. Victory belongs to us. The Galactic Alliance army's morale was greatly boosted. They swept away their uneasiness and followed closely behind, launching even more ferocious attacks. However, to Han Xiao's surprise, he thought that after the tree god died in battle, the morale of the World Tree-blessed race would be low and they would be defeated. However, the result was the opposite. Not only did the World Tree army not retreat, but their counterattack became even more intense. They abandoned all their worries and fought with their backs to the wall. The casualties were extremely tragic, but the World Tree-blessed race did not retreat. The fleets on the periphery abandoned their front lines one after another and teleported to the fifth layer of defense. They launched a suicidal charge at Han Xiao like moths to a flame, using their lives to build a barrier and slowing down his advance at all costs. In fact, all the members of the World Tree had seen the entire process of the tree god resisting Blackstar through the mental network. Every time the tree god erupted, everyone knew the price the ancestral tree king had paid. Seeing the tree king, who was like a totem of faith, risk his life at all costs, countless members of the World Tree could empathize with him. They nervously cheered him on, hoping that the tree god would defeat Blackstar with his explosive power. However, their high hopes turned into disbelief time and time again. Seeing that the ancestral tree king had paid such a huge price, only to be completely killed by Han Xiao, a huge sense of tragedy crashed into the hearts of all the members of the World Tree, leaving them with only despair. All the members of the World Tree understood that there were no experts who could stop Blackstar, but this instead stimulated their final determination. As the saying went, a desperate army would definitely win. Not only did the morale of the World Tree-blessed race not decline, it even increased exponentially. No one gave up. Everyone was willing to die and drag the enemy down with them. If they could not rely on the tree god, they would rely on themselves. All the fear and confusion faded away, leaving only the determination to die. This was the final counterattack of a civilization at the end of its road. Boom! Boom! The densely packed battleships blocked the path ahead. Han Xiao attacked time and time again, and sabers and cannons flashed non-stop. Every time, they could shatter a large number of battleships. However, there were people filling in the gaps at all times, so it was difficult to clear a path. Continuous high-density explosions surrounded him. Han Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to move. The pressure from the front was even greater than the pressure from the tree god. What a tenacious civilization. Han Xiao was slightly moved. Although they were opponents, he had to admit that the tenacity and resilience displayed by the World Tree civilization exceeded his previous judgment. In his previous life, even the galactic society that was united against the outside world was slightly weaker than the World Tree. In the final battle, the World Tree fleet in his previous life did not show such determination. Although the World Tree is a deformed civilization, I'm afraid they won't be able to find any match in the entire universe in terms of unity and cohesion. Han Xiao shook his head. He admired the World Tree's desperate fight, but unfortunately, without the Tree God, the World Tree could no longer stop him. All of this was futile. Han Xiao looked back at the large army that was quickly following behind him. His gaze swept across the Beyond Grade as at the front. The Beyond Grade as of the association all understood the hint in his gaze. They quietly spread out and formed a loose formation in front of the various armies. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see that they were like a net that wrapped around the fleet at the front. The victory was already decided. What he had to consider now was how to pick the peaches. Oh no, it should be preventing others from picking the peaches. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned around. His eyes flashed, and he activated a character summon card. Golden Ring Ulu's character summon card, Golden Treasure Shipram. Dense streams of light suddenly appeared on the body of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. He adjusted his direction and suddenly took a step forward, aiming at the World Tree's main body and charging forward in his super armor state. The World Tree fleet that was blocking in front could not withstand it at all. They shattered on the surface of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate's shield, and the wreckage flew everywhere. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate was like a huge golden meteor, directly piercing through the last defense circle and crashing into the World Tree's main body. Bang! Countless roots seemed to have been struck by lightning. They suddenly curled up, and even the entire dimension shook. Let me see what you are. Han Xiao hooked his finger and stabbed it into the tree trunk, injecting energy into it. At this moment, the World Tree's main body, which had been sitting there waiting for death, finally revealed its secret card. Buzz! In an instant, the consciousness of all the members of the World Tree turned into a terrifying mental attack with unprecedented lethality. It followed the energy link between the two sides and charged toward Han Xiao's brain. This mental attack was so strong that even if all the Beyond Grade as in the Galactic Society worked together to resist, their minds would be shattered in the blink of an eye. The World Tree's main body was not without the ability to move. When the two sides built a physical or energy connection, she could launch a mental attack on the target. This was because only by invading her with energy could one form a soul connection with her and take the initiative, turning her into a universal treasure that could be controlled. This move was her trump card to protect herself from being enslaved by outsiders. However, at this moment, Han Xiao, who was already on guard, opened another character summon card without hesitation. Underworld Oniselu character summon card, 10,000 Soul Stream. Immune to all mental attacks. In his brain, a destructive mental current bombarded Han Xiao's mental body, but it was like a breeze that did not cause any damage. Instead, it turned into pure energy and was absorbed by Han Xiao. I've been prepared for this. Come and meet your natural enemy. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The next moment, a translucent snake shot out from between his brows, and its body expanded at an unbelievable speed. The pivotal snake had already become a virtual life form. Its body could expand and contract at will in the material world. In the blink of an eye, its body became the size of the World Tree. It coiled around the World Tree's main body, opened its mouth, and bit down without hesitation. With this bite, the pivotal snake finally established an information bridge with the World Tree's main body. Countless information began to be exchanged rapidly. Buzz! Buzz! The entire World Tree's main body trembled violently like a person struggling in pain. Even space trembled violently. In order to subdue the World Tree, Han Xiao naturally came prepared. Establishing a soul connection was only one aspect. The biggest problem was actually to destroy the World Tree's resistance, and his trump card was the pivotal snake. After the pivotal snake transformed into a virtual life form and rapidly grew up, it automatically awakened a new ability. Only then did it truly show why it was the world tree's natural enemy. The world tree's independent consciousness was its food. It was only then that Han Xiao understood the meaning of the pivotal snake's existence. It could turn the world tree from a special life form into an unconscious universal treasure. It was precisely because of this trump card that Han Xiao finally made up his mind to carry out the plan to subdue the world tree. He would not do anything that he was not confident in. Chapter 1463. Crack, crack. The gigantic pivotal snake coiled around the world tree and bit at it. Although it was only a virtual life form and could not harm physical objects, the pivotal snake's way of damaging the world tree was through the information form channel, which only targeted the will of the mother tree. The roots danced wildly, and the world tree struggled crazily, wanting to get rid of the pivotal snake. However, the roots could not touch the virtual body of the pivotal snake at all. Although the world tree was strong, the reason why the pivotal snake was its natural enemy was because of its unsolvable restraints. The will of the mother tree did not have the time to care about Han Xiao, and the mental attack was directly muted. The pivotal snake struggled endlessly like a girl who was anxiously tugging at her clothes. An endless stream of machines surged out from the godly fortress and merged with the supreme heavenly venerate, causing Han Xiao's body to expand rapidly. His arms could gradually wrap around the trunk of the world tree as if he was going to uproot it. While the will of the mother tree was in chaos, Han Xiao used his own energy to invade the world tree's main body and tried to form a soul connection with it. He wanted to dye the other party with his own color and shape. To the blessed race of the world tree, this feeling was like their faith being insulted. Countless people launched a new round of suicidal attacks at Han Xiao with red eyes, blowing up batches after batches of them. Because of Han Xiao's actions, the World Tree Fleet was inevitably in chaos. The Galactic Alliance army naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. The fleet quickly pierced through the defense circle and soon reached the 4th level, suffering an even more intense counterattack. The leading troops were not far from Han Xiao, and they all provided firepower support to help him intercept the World Tree's troops. Energy beams flew everywhere, detonating a series of battleships on the battlefield. On the other side, seeing that Black Star had successfully broken through to the side of the World Tree, the officers in the Strategic Command Center perked up. Good. Black Star has already stepped on the vital point of the World Tree civilization. We'll have to rely on him to destroy the World Tree's main body. We have to protect him and let him focus on dealing with the World Tree. Even if it's a conservative estimate, our chances of winning are more than 95%. The World Tree has no chance to turn the tables. Many officers were excited. The goal of the 3 universal civilizations starting this war was to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. They hoped to accomplish this in one fell swoop, so they gathered most of the forces in the explored universe. Although it did not mean that they would die trying if they did not succeed, if they lost this battle, the 3 universal civilizations would also suffer a great loss. Therefore, before they set off, many officers had made a military order that they could only win, not lose. However, the officers did not want to lie to themselves. Their confidence was actually not very firm. Their true confidence came from Black Star and the pivotal snake. If they did not have such trump cards, they would not dare to say that they would definitely be able to determine the outcome of the battle. At this moment, seeing Black Star kill the tree god, break through the encirclement, uproot the mother tree, and almost single-handedly push the direction of the battle, everyone heaved a sigh of relief while feeling excited. They felt that they had not trusted the wrong person. Indeed, the battle still depended on Black Star. However, the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations were not happy at all. Instead, their faces were solemn, as if they had some concerns. The ethereal Pope hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why do I feel like Black Star isn't destroying the World Tree's main body? Hearing this, the officers were stunned. They suppressed the joy in their hearts and carefully observed Han Xiao's actions toward the World Tree. The more they looked, the stranger they felt. It does seem to be the case. He didn't continue to attack. It's more like his subduing the World Tree's main body. Is he trying to control the World Tree? Everyone was shocked, and they immediately understood that the situation had become complicated. The officers turned to look, and as expected, the expressions of the three leaders turned extremely ugly. What a Black Star! I knew he had other plans. With such a huge appetite, isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? Louis was shocked and furious. Our worries were right. He used us to defeat the World Tree Army and create an opportunity for him to subdue the World Tree's main body. We cannot sit back and watch him achieve his goal. The ethereal Pope's tone was furious and resolute. The World Tree was too powerful. No matter whose hands it fell into, it would be a threat to the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations only wanted to destroy it directly and did not even dare to take the risk of capturing it. Black Star was already in existence beyond the norm, and the three universal civilizations had long been unable to control him. If Black Star obtained the World Tree, it would be a threat of a qualitative change. It would be equivalent to him obtaining the power of a universal civilization, which would be enough to fight against the entire explored universe. To a certain extent, it would even surpass it, enough to shake the foundation of their rule. Although the internal conflicts were temporarily suppressed by the invasion of the external enemies, the three universal civilizations did not forget the fear of losing control of their individual strength. They still had irreconcilable conflicts with Black Star. Once the war ended, these problems would surface again. The three of them could not sit back and watch the Beyond Grade as control the World Tree. Furthermore, the war had lasted for more than 10 years, and the three universal civilizations were the first victims. They had wasted so much time in the war and lost countless resources. Now that they were finally about to reap the fruits of victory, the three universal civilizations were naturally unwilling to let Han Xiao take advantage of them. We were the ones who mobilized the army to resist the World Tree and suffered the heaviest losses, but in the end, we created an opportunity for others. Who could tolerate this? Even if Black Star had worked hard and contributed a lot, it would not do. In the eyes of the three of them, Black Star's actions were like a knife in the rough. Fighting the enemy together was just an excuse. The reason Black Star stayed behind to help them resist the external enemies was to use the forces of the Galactic Society to obtain the World Tree for him. That must be it. The three of them actually had some guesses about Han Xiao's selfishness, but it was useless even if they guessed. They still had to rely on Black Star for the war, and it was almost destined to come to this point. We can't let Black Star succeed. Then what should we do? Should we fire at Black Star? Are you crazy? We haven't really won yet, and you still dare to fight among yourselves in front of the enemy. What are you thinking? The officers were agitated and started arguing. Simon made a prompt decision and shouted, "Inform the direct troops of the three universal civilizations to stop providing cover fire to Black Star and attack the World Tree's main body. We must destroy it before Black Star succeed." They had to stop Han Xiao, but they could not turn against him. They could only change their tactics at the last minute and race against Black Star to destroy the target. However, everyone knew that the World Tree fleet would definitely protect the Mother Tree with their lives and stop their firepower. In addition, it was impossible for Black Star to not be prepared. He would definitely take some measures to stop them. We can only rely on ourselves. This thought flashed through the minds of the officers, and their attitudes were not optimistic. The order was quickly passed down, and the direct troops of the three universal civilizations did not think too much about it. They followed the order and poured firepower at the World Tree's main body. However, most of the attacks were stopped halfway by the World Tree fleet. Just as the three universal civilizations' fleets were doing this, the Black Star Corps and the other Beyond Grade A organizations' joint forces also reacted. They immediately started to slack off. At the same time, they started to move, deliberately blocking the direction of the three universal civilizations' fleets. The many Beyond Grade A Association members also took action. Some of them deliberately guided the World Tree fleet to attack the three universal civilizations' direct troops through various positions, while the others activated the regardless of friend or foe AoE strategy, attacking both the enemy and the three universal civilizations' fleets, indirectly disrupting the three universal civilizations' formation. Because many of their own people were causing trouble, the cooperation of the Galactic Alliance army was messed up. Their attacks suddenly slowed down, and their advance stopped. They were dragged into a chaotic battle by the Berserk World Tree Fleet and could not leave for the time being. Damn it! The ethereal Pope was furious. He wanted to punch the table, but the remote projection could not touch the real thing. His fist passed through the table. I knew Blackstar was prepared. Marbruce's expression was also unfriendly. Both sides knew their respective goals and were obstructing each other. However, on the surface, they still had to pretend to fight together, as if all their actions were to focus on attacking the World Tree. This situation could be said to be different dreams. The three leaders did not want to affect the battle by burning the bridge after crossing the river, but they felt that they had no choice. Due to the scheming on both sides, the Galactic Alliance army was divided into three sides. One was the direct troops of the three universal civilizations who wanted to destroy the World Tree's main body, and the other was the Beyond Grade A forces who were providing cover for Blackstar. The rest of the allies who were fighting seriously were shocked by the chaos on both sides. They were stunned and did not know what was going on. Why did they suddenly cause trouble for each other? There was chaos in the Galactic Alliance army, but the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A organizations did not interfere much with Han Xiao's subduing of the World Tree. Han Xiao's energy continued to seep into the depths of the World Tree's main body. The will of the Mother Tree had already been defeated by the pivotal snake and could not stop his invasion at all. In the intertwining of their minds, illusions flashed before Han Xiao's eyes, and he saw the history of the World Tree's development. When it was weak, it was worshipped by a certain race and offered all kinds of sacrifices. The will of the Mother Tree slowly sprouted during this process, providing all kinds of convenience for the development of the race under it while guiding them to expand outwards. After completing the primitive accumulation, the World Tree embarked on the bloody path of rise and became a universe hunter. One race after another became its vassals, and one civilization after another became food. Gradually, it spread its branches and leaves, and its abilities became more and more abundant. Countless memories appeared before Han Xiao's eyes. In a daze, he seemed to see a small sapling sprout and grow rapidly. In the end, it covered the stars and the sun, standing at the top of the starry sky. Countless wormholes appeared between the treetops, each leading to a different world. Endless cosmic radiation storms swept past, but they were like a breeze, only causing the lush leaves to sway gently. Trillions of clans and believers were spread all over the routes, worshipping devoutly. This scene exuded a majesty and mystery that made one revere. Buzz! Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes cleared, and he retreated from the illusion. A new existence had appeared in his senses. It was the World Tree that had successfully formed a soul connection. At this moment, the will of the Mother Tree finally reached its limit and was completely swallowed by the pivotal snake. The next moment, the World Tree's main body stopped struggling and lost any ability to move independently. It instantly became a dead object. Han Xiao's body trembled, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. It contained the various abilities of the World Tree, as well as the authority to control it. Although the Tree King's authority was high, he was still a subordinate of the World Tree. Han Xiao's authority was above the Mother Tree and could not be controlled. The surging new energy flowed into Han Xiao's body through the soul connection, providing a new boost and pushing his energy level up again. Hiss! Han Xiao could not help but take a deep breath. His entire body was filled with power. He was about to retract the pivotal snake when he realized that it did not stop. Instead, it plunged into the World Tree's main body and merged with it. Han Xiaoshan looked at the interface and saw a new suffix appear on the World Tree's name: Sadsmiley World Tree, complete form. Could it be that the pivotal snake is not only its natural enemy, but it can also merge with the World Tree and make up for it? Han Xiao was secretly surprised. This ability was not reflected on the pivotal snake's attribute interface, and he had only seen it now. Just as the pivotal snake merged with the World Tree, Han Xiao noticed a change. He had just formed a soul connection with the World Tree, and it was only the first level. It was still very weak, but at this moment, the soul connection was suddenly strengthened and became many times more tenacious. If his previous progress on the World Tree was 10%, then it had increased to more than 80%. Could it be that the pivotal snake can help the controller better control the World Tree? Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Han Xiao felt the authority of the World Tree and could not be more satisfied. The independent will of the World Tree had been eliminated, and it had become a tool without thoughts. It was completely under his control and could be used without worry. Due to the characteristics of devouring and transformation, the World Tree could be seen as a universal treasure that could grow. However, he did not need to start from scratch because the current World Tree was already in a mature state. Controlling it was equivalent to obtaining the loyalty of the entire World Tree civilization. The power of this thing was many times more terrifying than the inheritance of the underworld that Hela and her sister had inherited. No wonder the three universal civilizations wanted to destroy my goal. Han Xiao turned to look at the battlefield, and his eyes flashed. He suddenly activated the authority of the World Tree and recalled all the World Tree fleets. The World Tree fleet that was still fighting fearlessly a second ago suddenly stopped fighting. Without a word, they turned around and flew into the roots, turning back into information form and entering the Mother Tree world. All of a sudden, the battlefield became much emptier, leaving only the troops of the Galactic Alliance army. Originally, the members of the World Tree were all prepared to fight to the death, but the moment the will of the Mother Tree disappeared and Han Xiao replaced the control, everyone's hostility disappeared without a trace. Just as they were feeling lost, a new mission arrived. They would not disobey the orders of the World Tree and directly cease fire and retreat. No matter how tragic their counterattack is, they're just a group of puppets being controlled. With a new master, they'll be obedient. Seeing this, Han Xiao sighed. However, sympathy was one thing, but he would not foolishly let the World Tree civilization go free. This was the foundation of the World Tree. Seeing that the enemy had retreated and disappeared, the Galactic Alliance army was stunned. They then looked at Han Xiao beside the tree and were overjoyed. Did we win? Boo-hoo. We're still alive. Ha 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 ha. I knew I could trust Black Star. Countless soldiers were overjoyed, and the atmosphere of excitement and surprise quickly spread throughout the army. Every combat channel was filled with crazy cheers. Even many players who had not used up all their resurrection times were infected and cheered. However, when most of the fleet stopped firing, the direct troops of the three universal civilizations did not stop and continued to rain firepower on the World Tree. Without the obstruction of the World Tree fleet, the direct troops of the three universal civilizations were unimpeded. This scene immediately stopped everyone's cheers, attracting the shocked gazes of countless comrades. Oh, you still don't want to give up? You want to pretend that you don't know before I inform you and try to destroy the World Tree one last time? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He knew what the three universal civilizations were thinking. He waved his hand, and a thick psionic barrier surrounded the World Tree, blocking the bombardment of the fleet. At the same time, Han Xiao shouted in the channel, "We can stop firing now. We can cease fire now. I have the World Tree under control." After waiting for a few seconds, the ethereal Pope's serious voice suddenly sounded in the channel. "In that case, destroy it. It's still a threat in the world. There's no need. I've already subdued the World Tree. Not enough. Only by destroying it can we completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Even if it's you, we won't be at ease. Burning the bridge so quickly?" Han Xiao smiled faintly. "You're mistaken. We're just thinking about maintaining galactic peace. No one in the galactic society wants to face such a disaster again," the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice. Han Xiao shook his head. "Stop. Don't make the situation too ugly. We just won. Do you want the other allies to see the internal strife between us now?" Before the ethereal Pope could reply, Ma Bruce interrupted coldly. "Black Star, this is the only thing we can't compromise on. You're the one who should stop. You've already contributed enough. Don't be stubborn. Let go. You're still the hero of the universe who ended the war. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin." Han Xiao shook his head. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the three leaders and the officers turned solemn. They knew that Black Star would not give up easily and were already prepared for a conflict. However, their goal was only to eliminate the World Tree's main body. Although they were suspected of burning the bridge after crossing it, The starting point was to eliminate the hidden dangers and be accepted by others. In their opinion, if Black Star started killing them, it would definitely arouse public anger. The reputation accumulated in the war would immediately collapse, and the other civilization allies present would stand on their side to resist Black Star. Therefore, although they were nervous, the three of them were not afraid that Black Star would fight back. They even looked forward to such a development. However, the next moment, Ma Bruce and the other two widened their eyes. Han Xiao did not make a move. Instead, he raised his hand and patted the world tree. The huge world tree's main body rapidly shrank, turning into a green stream of light and flying into Han Xiao's palm, disappearing in front of everyone. This, Ma Bruce and the other two were stunned. The previous war with the World Tree Fleet had given them the impression that the Mother Tree's main body could not move, so they felt that they had the upper hand. Therefore, the three of them were willing to take the risk of angering Black Star to gather a large army to destroy the World Tree on the spot. However, the three of them did not expect Black Star to be able to put away the World Tree and do something that the blessed race of the World Tree could not do previously. They could not react in time. What was there to destroy? Their plan fell through. In fact, Han Xiao could not do this in the beginning because the pivotal snake had increased his soul connection by a few stages. Only then did he unlock more authorities, including storing the World Tree into the inner space of a transcendent. Strictly speaking, the inner space was also a type of secondary dimension. It could also allow the World Tree to take root in it. This way, the inner space would be greatly strengthened and become extremely tough. In addition, he would not have to worry about the enemy targeting the weakness of the World Tree's main body. It was equivalent to carrying the Mother Tree with him. It was very convenient. Han Xiao had originally planned to use other methods to force the three universal civilizations to stop, but a head-on conflict was inevitable, and it would more or less damage his reputation. However, with this new operation, he changed his plan at the last minute and directly made the three universal civilizations lose their target. This would save him a lot of effort. Just as the three leaders were at a loss, Han Xiao's remote projection suddenly appeared in the strategic command center. What do the three of you say now? Ma Bruce and the other two had uncertain expressions, but they did not respond. Only when the World Tree's main body was exposed in front of the army would they have a chance to take advantage of it. Now, there was no chance. As for making Black Star hand it over voluntarily, the three of them knew what was going on. No matter how arrogant they were, they did not think they had that much face. Black Star, you've succeeded. You must be very happy now. Ma Bruce's expression was complicated, and his tone was sour. There was also a hint of unwillingness and mockery. Yes, I'm indeed very happy. The war is finally over, and everyone is cheering. Aren't you guys happy about this? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The three of them had solemn expressions. It would be strange if we were happy. Who knew if we had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den? Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and did not continue to provoke them. Anyway, he had already taken advantage of them, so there was no need to act innocent. There would be plenty of time to settle the score in the future, and he did not plan to argue with the three of them about what happened earlier. Now was not the right time. This time, Han Xiao changed the topic and said, "All right, let's not talk too much. Let's get down to business. I have a plan, and I hope you guys will cooperate." What plan? The three of them were surprised. We've just won. What is Black Star up to now? Seal the news of us defeating the World Tree civilization and don't leak it out. The composition of this Galactic Alliance army is complicated, so it's best to control them for the time being. Ah, what are you trying to do? Ma Bruce was confused. Han Xiao smiled and said, "Haven't you been investigating the matter? Haven't you guys been investigating who leaked the information? I said it was a third party, but you guys didn't believe me. Coincidentally, I obtained the technology of the Information Form Warning Network from the World Tree. I don't need to explain the effect. You guys have all experienced it. This way, we might be able to find traces of a third party." The eyes of Ma Bruce and the other two lit up. Chapter 1464. This suggestion was very constructive, and the three leaders immediately took it seriously. After thinking for a while, they quickly finalized the preliminary plan with Han Xiao and then asked the Strategic Command Center to withdraw the orders to the direct troops of the three universal civilizations. The goal of the three of them was to destroy the World Tree, not to fall out with Blackstar on purpose. Although they were unwilling to accept that Han Xiao had subdued the World Tree, there was no point in arguing about this. Ma Bruce and the others could only suppress the fear in their hearts and wait for the future to discuss a targeted plan. Anyway, there was nothing they could do now. They could not really start a second round of war with Blackstar. Who won or lost was secondary. A third party might still be eyeing them in the dark. Even if they wanted to fall out, they should at least wait until they had a direct transcendent. Warnos was their greatest hope. He might even advance one day. The direct troops of the three universal civilizations stopped firing and retreated, silently withdrawing from the encirclement. The tense atmosphere quickly faded. The short confrontation between Han Xiao and the three universal civilizations had stunned the soldiers of the Galactic Alliance army. Realizing that the conflict between the two sides had reappeared, they were very nervous. They were afraid that they would have internal strife after winning and start another war. Seeing that both sides had stopped, countless people heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what kind of conflict there was, the three universal civilizations were the main force against the World Tree, and Blackstar was the hero who changed the situation. They were all heroes in the war. They had just joined hands to defeat the enemy, and now, they had turned against each other in front of everyone. It was hard to accept. No one wanted joy to turn into sorrow. However, the World Tree was not destroyed but was subdued by Blackstar. This reality made many people feel strange. Although Blackstar had contributed too much to the war, this last wave, it made them suspect that Blackstar was using them to achieve his goal. Of course, that was the case. Blackstar might have a reason for this, but the impression he gave everyone was still quite complicated. However, no one was too bothered by this. Very quickly, they threw this thought to the back of their minds. The conflict between Blackstar and the three universal civilizations? That was a conflict between big shots, and it was not their place to worry about it. These frontline combatants only wanted to enjoy the ecstasy of victory and the joy of surviving a calamity. We won. May the Empire last forever. For a while. The battle channel once again rang with the cheers of countless soldiers. It was deafening. The officers did not stop them and allowed their subordinates to vent their emotions. In fact, they were also excited and could not help but celebrate with their subordinates. The other side. Han Xiao removed the Supreme Celestial Venerate. Retracting his troops, he passed by the direct troops of the three universal civilizations who had given up on stopping him and returned to the army of the Beyond Grade A organizations. The Beyond Grade as immediately surrounded him. That was close. I thought the three universal civilizations were going to insist. He didn't hesitate to start a civil war. Sun Hunter wiped his non-existent cold sweat. Kasui casually analyzed, that won't be the case. They still have a good grasp of the situation. We are clearly on Blackstar's side, and Blackstar has obtained the World Tree Civilization's troops. The three universal civilizations did not dare act recklessly. They knew what the result would be. I won't seek my own death. Speaking of which, isn't His Excellency Blackstar taking too many risks this time? We didn't know about your plans beforehand. Some people muttered softly. Many association members looked at Han Xiao strangely. These people did not know about it beforehand. Because there was a supercluster spy in the association, Han Xiao did not want to leak the news in advance, so he only told Kasui and his other confidants about his plan to subdue the World Tree. To the entire association, it was to prevent the three universal civilizations from plotting against the World Tree. Therefore, not long ago, some of the association members were still in the dark. Even if they had doubts, they did not confirm it. They could only follow the original plan and cooperate with their teammates to trip up the direct troops of the three universal civilizations, buying time and creating opportunities for Han Xiao. They did not dare to act recklessly. To be honest, if Han Xiao had expressed his goal of subduing the World Tree from the beginning, many beyond grade as would have felt that they might not have been willing to help him. They would have been more inclined to completely destroy the world tree like the three universal civilizations. After all, the world tree was quite similar to the underworld, but its power was one step higher. It could control the thoughts of individuals. Even if Black Star was temporarily one of them, who knew what would happen in the future? If one day, Black Star's ambition reached the limit and he wanted to use the world tree to devour everyone, what would they do? In the past, Black Star did not have such thoughts because he had not obtained the world tree. Many beyond grade as had no choice but to consider their own safety from their own point of view, and they were secretly afraid. Seeing the complicated expressions on the faces of many beyond grade as, Han Xiao did not mind and smiled. He smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry too much. I subdued the world tree for other reasons. One of them is to use the power of the world tree to make the three universal civilizations hesitate and consolidate the safety foundation of our Beyond Grade A association after the war. This way, the three universal civilizations will completely give up on suppressing us. Only then can we put down all our worries." Manison nodded slowly and agreed. "This is similar to what I thought back then. However, we were still young back then, and it was not the right time. My thoughts were too advanced. Now that our forces have expanded rapidly with the help of the war, the time is ripe. The strategic significance of the world tree is actually the same as the virtual mutiny virus, but it is more suitable as a strategic deterrent weapon to make the three universal civilizations not dare to attack us again." With that, Manison gave Han Xiao a look of admiration, as if saying, "We are indeed the same kind of people." He was also afraid of the threat Han Xiao would pose after obtaining the world tree, but if he were in that position, Manison would have made the same choice. How similar was the current situation to when he snatched the virtual mutiny virus from the tiger's mouth? However, he had failed, and Black Star had succeeded. Hearing this, no matter how unhappy some of the association members were, they could not say anything. The main reason was that what was done, and there was no point in objecting. Seeing this, Aurora changed the topic and said with a smile, "We won this war. Everyone, be happy." Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled. No matter what, this was the time to enjoy the victory. They still had to give face to their nanny. "We've finally dealt with this strong enemy. We can take a break. Heh, I've been so tired all these years. Don't wake me up until I sleep for a month. After enduring the difficult times, a beautiful tomorrow awaits us." The Beyond Grade as were relieved of their burdens, and they chatted and laughed with each other. At this moment, someone thought of something. "By the way, Black Star, when do you plan to revive the Beyond Grade as who died recently? In the war in the past year, some more Beyond Grade as had died in battle. Han Xiao had not had the time to revive them, and their names were still hanging on the Soul Comfort Monument. After a while, I still have some things to do, so I can't leave for the time being, especially the matter of establishing a civilization's regime. The timing, location, and people are all in our hands. I've convinced the three universal civilizations to temporarily track down the third party. Taking advantage of this buffer time, let our people complete the final preparations for the association's transformation. When the time comes, everything will be done in one go." Han Xiao replied casually. He took out the technology of the Information Form Warning Network and convinced the three universal civilizations to search for the third-party enemy. On one hand, he did not want the enemy to continue lurking and reap the benefits. On the other hand, he temporarily shifted the focus of the three universal civilizations and bought time for the association's final preparations. The two plans were carried out in parallel, killing two birds with one stone. This way, he would be busy, and he had to make the best use of his time. For the time being, he did not have the time to study how to complete the virtual creation. However, speaking of the Sanctum revival, Han Xiao thought of the problem of iterations. He had once planned to reveal the information of the Sanctums to the three universal civilizations at the right time and work together to study how to survive the iterations. In the past, the time was not ripe. Now that the world tree was in his hands, he truly had the foundation of an equal force. This plan could officially be put on the agenda. If he remembered correctly, There should still be a related mission lying in his interface. Because of the World Tree's alchemy-like material transformation ability, he did not have to worry about collecting the materials for the Sanctum key in the future and could generate a new key at any time. To him, most of the Sanctums were his backyard, so he was not afraid of the three universal civilizations studying the Sanctums together. The other party did not have such unique conditions. This time, it's really a dragon riding on the face. Han Xiao was secretly overjoyed. The World Tree mechanism coupled with the Sanctums had unimaginable prospects. The two were a perfect match. He secretly decided that when the situation after the war completely stabilized, he would show his cards to the three universal civilizations and pull them to study the Sanctums together. Instead of letting these people spend their energy on how to deal with them, it would be better to let them study how to solve the problem of the iterations so that they would not waste resources on internal conflicts. To be honest, I've definitely touched the galaxy. Han Xiao shook his head. I've really worried so much for the peace of the universe. It's not right if I don't get a few tons of medals. At this moment, Ames came over with a playful expression and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You've made a huge profit this time. The entire galactic society suffered heavy losses in the war, and trillions of lives died in the war. In the end, you became the biggest beneficiary. What do you think? What, are you trying to wake me up from my shame? Then you've found the wrong person." Han Xiao shrugged and said frankly, "I ended the war early and saved countless lives. The dead are gone, and the living are still alive. You're asking me what I think? Of course, I have a clear conscience." Ames shrugged. "All right, there's nothing wrong with thinking that way. After this war, you'll be extremely respected. You won't be as busy as before, right? How about it, take some time to accompany me?" Han Xiao was a little tempted and was about to speak. However, at this moment, Jotina suddenly appeared and interrupted with a cold snort. "Lady Dragon Emperor, the army commander doesn't have that much free time. Don't keep pestering him. It will only make him troubled." Hearing this, Ames raised her eyebrows and turned to look. Jotina also glared back, not to be outdone. Their gazes collided in midair, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Han Xiao sensed a wave of killing intent, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He quickly flew to the side, not wanting to be involved in the battle between the two women. He saw the two women staring at each other. One of them was calm and dignified, while the other was aggressive, with obvious provocation in her eyes. Both of them did not back down, and neither of them cared about Han Xiao and ran away. "Sigh, it's all my fault for being too outstanding," Han Xiao sighed helplessly. He flew to the side alone, thought for a while, and took out the space-time amber of the Heart Tree King. After obtaining the World Tree, Han Xiao had completely understood the mechanism of the Tree King and the Tree God. He realized that the ancestral Tree King had left him a mess. The Beyondus vestige had been completely burned, the crown had been completely shattered, and the military strength had been greatly depleted. The high-level combatants were almost completely wiped out, and the World Tree civilization could be said to have suffered a great loss. It would take many years for them to recover. However, Han Xiao did not mind. After all, if he did not beat the enemy to such a state, he would not have had the chance to subdue the World Tree. He understood that he could not have both the fish and the bear's paw. There was no need to be pretentious after obtaining the greatest benefits. However, Han Xiao originally had an idea. If the time and price were right, it was not impossible to sell Warnos a Beyondus vestige in the future. Now, he could not give it to him even if he wanted to. Old Warnos had missed the chance to advance to the transcendent grade once again. Han Xiao could only say that it was fate. He was also very lucky. Right now, the only intact Tree King crown is on the Heart Tree King. "This guy has become the only seedling in my hands." Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. Although the members of the World Tree were brainwashed to be loyal, they were not puppets without self-awareness. They had independent thoughts and their own lives. His entry into the World Tree civilization did not affect these things. In other words, controlling the World Tree was equivalent to using his own will to replace the will of the Mother Tree. To the World Tree civilization, the two had the same meaning. Therefore, Han Xiao also needed to find someone to manage the World Tree civilization. Due to the waste of the ancestral tree king, there was only one tree king left in the world tree for a long time. The heart tree king was the best choice. With this in mind, Han Xiao did not hesitate and removed the amber. Pop! The heart tree king broke free from the seal and retreated without another word. His entire body glowed, and he was about to self-destruct. After being locked in the space-time amber for so many years, the heart tree king regretted not being decisive enough back then. He had told himself countless times that as long as there was a chance to undo the seal, he would immediately free himself. However, just as he was about to self-destruct, the mental network of the world tree connected to him again. The message made the heart tree king suddenly stop moving, and his expression became extremely shocked. The world tree civilization, lost. He quickly received the information in the mental network and finally understood the war process during the years he had been sealed. The ancestral tree king, the secret tree king, the fortitude tree king, the subduing tree king. They are all dead, along with the tree king crown. Instead, I became the last surviving tree king. The prosperous world tree army was blown away just like that. His familiar colleagues were all wiped out, and even the entire civilization belonged to someone else. He had a new master. After more than 10 years, things had changed. For a moment, the heart tree king was stunned on the spot. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Han Xiao did not interfere with the heart tree king's acceptance of reality. At this moment, he said, "I believe you already understand why I let you out. I need you to help me manage the world tree civilization. It might not be a bad thing for you. As long as you do well, you will be the only tree king for a long time. I will not interfere with your management too much. You will be under one person and above billions of people." The heart tree king came back to his senses and looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. He did not expect that the culprit who had sealed him back then would become his superior the moment he woke up. Due to the world tree's mind control, the heart tree king could not feel any hostility toward Han Xiao. "I understand. I'll follow your will." The heart tree king sighed and lowered his head to agree. He did not have the right to refuse. Han Xiao nodded and clapped his hand. The heart tree king turned into a green stream of light and entered his body, returning to the mother tree world. After doing this, Han Xiao turned around and looked at the excited crowd. He smiled and did not participate. Instead, he changed into the king and disappeared. Chapter 1465. While the Galactic Alliance army was celebrating, the upper echelons of the Supercluster Alliance were discussing the short confrontation between Han Xiao and the 3 universal civilizations, which made them excited. External pressure is the glue of the internal cracks. Now that the glue is gone, the rift between Black Star and the 3 universal civilizations will grow bigger and bigger. It's only a matter of time before they go against each other. However, unlike before, the Beyond Grade A organizations are now at their peak, and they have obtained the World Tree's inheritance. The 3 universal civilizations can no longer stop them. The Star Arc leader knocked on the table with an inexplicable look in his eyes. The upper echelons of the Supercluster Alliance were the same. Some were gloating, while others were worried. They discussed softly. The Galactic Society won the war, but the real benefits fell into Black Star's hands. Although the war is over, it's only the beginning of the reshuffling of the galactic structure. A new structure will be formed in the chaos. People like Black Star won't miss this opportunity. He has the reputation of a war hero, and the 3 universal civilizations can't stop him at all. This is the trend. Black Star has the world tree, and his forces are expanding rapidly. He doesn't need to ally with us to be able to fight against the 3 universal civilizations. Will he still value our agreement? He should still. The world tree's vitality is greatly damaged, and Black Star might not be willing to fall out with us in the short term. It's better to be able to get external help than to do it alone. Furthermore, based on his past actions, Black Star doesn't actually have the ambition to steal the ruling power, nor does he have the intention to unify the galaxy. Of course, the human heart is unpredictable, and this judgment might not be correct. It can only be used as a reference. On the other hand, the 3 universal civilizations have also suffered a lot. They don't want to fall out with Black Star. Sigh, I feel a little pessimistic. If there are no new external conflicts, Black Star and the three universal civilizations might fight in the future. From the perspective of the entire galactic society, we defeated the World Tree and obtained the spoils of war. This is the strongest stage in history, but the internal conflicts can't be resolved. Are we going to die by force? Don't talk nonsense. The three universal civilizations aren't really stubborn. As long as Black Star doesn't have the intention to dominate, the three universal civilizations will still give up on opposing him under absolute strategic deterrence. Accept Black Star as a member of the ruling circle? Two superpowers might be the new normal in the future. The group cautiously analyzed the possibilities of the future situation. The Star Arc leader listened for a while and muttered, "Under such circumstances, we should find a new way to deal with ourselves. The original agreement was for us to work with Black Star to fight against the three universal civilizations. However, it's different now. The three universal civilizations need to rope us in to fight against Black Star even more. It's not appropriate to lean towards Black Star." You mean working with the three universal civilizations? Of course not. What I mean is to cooperate with both sides. The three universal civilizations are going to challenge Black Star. We'll be a huge bargaining chip, and the three universal civilizations won't treat us with the same attitude as before. Their previous suppression will naturally be nullified. Will they lower their heads and beg us to join forces? This time, we can really use the proper way to obtain a chance to develop freely. Maybe the three universal civilizations can't wait for us to become stronger. However, we have to let the situation form a new balance, so we can't easily side with either side. Only competition can bring about profit and space, and we can't let any side monopolize and dictate. Indeed, let's not talk about the three universal civilizations. Black Star is also a dangerous person, representing individualism. If he ascends, he will definitely give the superclass more privileges. Let him lead the galactic society. Maybe not as good as the three universal civilizations. Plus, he has the World Tree, so he's a ticking time bomb. At this point, someone suddenly sighed and murmured, "That's right. Black Star, oh Black Star. Such a person is too difficult to deal with. He's always looking for greater benefits and won't relax at any time. He's really someone who does big things." If the person leading the Beyond grade as wasn't such a person, the three universal civilizations might have suppressed them long ago. How could they have developed to this point? Hearing this, everyone sighed with emotion. The image that Black Star left them with was strong and ruthless, able to seize every opportunity to expand. Even if they put aside his individual strength, everyone was still afraid of such a person. When they were teammates, they could trust each other, but when they turned back into competitors, it was a torture. The news of the Galactic Alliance army defeating the World Tree civilization was temporarily sealed by the three universal civilizations and Han Xiao. The quantum network base station that controlled the data entry and exit filtered out all information that might leak out. Because they were worried that it would be difficult to control the army after it was disbanded, the victorious Galactic Alliance army temporarily stayed in the secondary dimension to recuperate. Regarding this order, the various troops were quite cooperative, but they could not be on standby all the time. Therefore, the plan to find the third-party infiltrator was a race against time. The players, on the other hand, were not restricted. The Galactic Alliance army ended the war. Black Star subdued the World Tree event had long been recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles, and it was extremely popular. Han Xiao's heroic appearance of uprooting the World Tree filled all the forums. Although many players could not help but complain that they had watched another wave of cinematics, they were still very excited to be able to participate in such a big event. However, the players were only active on the forums, and the occasional news that was spread through the communicator was intercepted. Therefore, the Galactic Society had no idea about the victory of the Galactic Alliance army. The situation that countless galactic residents saw was still when the World Tree evacuated the invaders. They were still shocked by this, and there were many opinions online. The Star Alliance spies, who could only gather information from the public network, naturally did not know about the defeat of the World Tree civilization. They were still patiently waiting for the World Tree civilization's big move, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Central Galaxy, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, the secret base of the Star Alliance spies. I wonder what the World Tree is planning. How long has it been since there's been any movement? I see that the Galactic Alliance army is hurriedly gathering in the Central Galaxy. The World Tree civilization is probably going to attack the Central Galaxy. Speaking of which, we're also in the Central Galaxy. Will we be affected? Should we evacuate? In the base, a group of observers gathered together and whispered. The captain of the observers hesitated and said, "The chances of the desolate universe belt being targeted by the World Tree are very low. No one has visited us for many years, so it should be safe. However, the World Tree might also send people to infiltrate and build some strongholds. That way, we'll also have the risk of being discovered. If we act rashly, we might be exposed. Other places might be more dangerous." "Let's stay," a team member suggested. "That's fine too. If our base is really discovered, we'll activate the self-destruction program and sacrifice ourselves together." The captain's tone turned solemn. These observers who had infiltrated the territory of the three universal civilizations were all carefully selected death warriors. In order to not be captured and leak the situation of the Star Alliance, they had long been prepared to commit suicide. The self-destruction device they had buried was enough to blow up the entire planet and eliminate all traces. "You guys continue to pay attention to the news. I'll go sort out the information for this week and send it to my hometown in a few days." As he spoke, the captain stood up and was about to leave the room. Ding! However, all of a sudden, everyone's movements froze as if time had stopped. A certain space in the room fluctuated, and Han Xiao walked out. "Heh, it's the Lorcus. It's exactly the same as the illusion in the Bold Explorer. Looks like I found the right one." Han Xiao looked at the captain of the observers, and his eyes lit up. In order to prevent anything from happening, after he returned to the main universe, he consumed materials and used virtual creation to instantly create a temporary version of the information form warning network. He quickly installed it and set the parameters before officially activating it. He did not know if he did not use it, but the moment he used it, he was shocked. The information form warning network gave him a lot of abnormal signals. He thought that the entire explored universe was like a sieve being spied on by countless enemies. After some debugging, he finally understood that if this technology was used on a proper civilization, it would be very easy for it to produce false reports. However, the World Tree civilization was a whole, so there was no such problem. This was the difference in technology. The World Tree Express and the Information Form Warning Network were a perfect match. Although the three universal civilizations did not have such mobility, the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device could be considered a substitute, so Han Xiao did not waste many days. After some screening and adjustment, he removed most of the false reports and confirmed some real external signals. Most of them were secondary dimension life forms. Han Xiao visited several signal areas and only now arrived at the base of the Star Alliance's spies. He immediately confirmed that this was the real deal. The process was much smoother than he had expected. Before he appeared, he had controlled the entire base and all the enemies. "Let me see what you're made of." Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and the image of the World Tree appeared behind him. As the World Tree merged with his internal space and was stained with Han Xiao's energy, the entire tree body turned into a bright blue color with electric arcs. A few translucent roots shot out like electric whips and pierced through the chests of everyone present. The next moment, the figures of these observers became illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye. Waves of energy flowed into Han Xiao's body through the roots. With the World Tree in hand, Han Xiao did not have any intention of interrogating these people. As long as he turned these spies into members of the World Tree, he would be able to obtain all the information from their memories and turn them into guides, imitating the methods of the World Tree. Not long after, these Star Alliance observers merged into the roots. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a few roots arched their bodies like snakes. With a puff, They spat out a large amount of sparks that flickered with electricity and condensed back into the bodies of a few people with respectful expressions. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and received the memories of this group of people. There was a lot of information about the Star Alliance in them. So that's how it is. The Star Alliance has been hiding for many years. Relatively speaking, this civilization doesn't seem to be very strong. Han Xiao pondered. The third enemy had been found, but he still needed to discuss how to deal with it with the three universal civilizations. He needed to see if he should destroy the Star Alliance or merge it into the explored universe. After all, although the Star Alliance was not strong, it had reached the standards of a universal civilization. The three universal civilizations had suffered heavy losses, so they still had to consider the cost of starting another war. The three universal civilizations had been the targets of invasion previously, but now that they had the chance, they definitely would not mind switching roles seamlessly and becoming the invaders. After all, the Star Alliance was the one who had schemed against them, so they could not be considered innocent. The losses caused by the World Tree's full-scale invasion to the three universal civilizations would naturally be blamed on the Star Alliance. Han Xiao retracted his thoughts, sized up a planetary alliance spy, thought for a while, and said, he thought for a moment and said, continue hiding and maintain contact with the Star Alliance. Don't act rashly without my orders. Understood, we will do our best to help you steal information from the Star Alliance. The spies were excited. Sigh, with the World Tree's mechanism, who would believe that they're not villains? Looking at the enthusiasm of these former Star Alliance men of sacrifice to deal with the Star Alliance, Han Xiaoshan shook his head and disappeared. Not long after, in the joint office of the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao brought the news of the third party being captured. You're right. There really is a third party interfering. They've actually been hiding for so long. If not for the information form warning network, it would have been very difficult for us to discover them in the future. Ma Bruce and the other two looked at the information Han Xiao brought, and their expressions kept changing. Sometimes they were angry, sometimes they were relieved. With the evidence in front of them, they basically believed that the mole was not the supercluster or their other allies. After browsing through the Star Alliance's information, the three of them discussed softly for a while and came to a consensus. The Star Alliance is very far away from us, but once we obtain the spatial coordinates, we can use the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device to teleport troops over, just like how the World Tree civilization dealt with us. Therefore, we have the initiative. We're inclined to defeat the Star Alliance and take them in as our vassal. However, let's not make a move for now. We've just experienced a war, and we still need some time to recuperate. Han Xiao raised his brows. How long do you plan to recuperate? Louis pondered. It depends. However, time is on our side. Although the information about defeating the World Tree civilization can't be sealed forever, you've already controlled the spies of the Star Alliance. You can use them to spread false information and fabricate the battle situation, making the Star Alliance think that we're still fighting the World Tree civilization. The premise is that the Star Alliance doesn't have any other means to monitor the galactic society. Han Xiao paused and said, however, with the information form warning network, we should be able to eliminate this possibility. Anyway, try not to alert the enemy, Ma Bruce said with a deep voice. Han Xiao nodded, thought for a while, and suddenly said, I'm not going to join the Star Alliance. The association and I will not be joining the battle to invade the Star Alliance. You can deal with them yourselves. I am only in charge of these spies. The eyes of the three of them flashed, but they did not express their stance immediately. They quickly analyzed it in their minds and felt that there were pros and cons. In this World Tree War, the three universal civilizations did not obtain any benefits in the first place. The World Tree civilization was taken away by Black Star, and they did not even see the shadow of any technology or resources. If they could annex the Star Alliance, they would be able to obtain some benefits. If Black Star did not participate in the battle, he would not share the spoils of war. Han Xiao controlled the World Tree, so his ability to snatch resources was top-notch. The three of them had no choice but to be wary. Without the help of the Beyond Grade A Association, the war would be more troublesome. However, The three universal civilizations were not to be trifled with. Even if they could not defeat the World Tree, they could still defeat a mere star alliance. However, the three of them were worried that Black Star or the supercluster would stab them in the back while they were fighting the Star Alliance. It was very risky. Who knew if Black Star had such a plan? For a moment, the three of them were in a dilemma. Han Xiao glanced at them and guessed most of their thoughts. He curled his lips. He helped the three universal civilizations because he had always been worried about the calamities in his previous life and wanted to resist the World Tree. Do you still want me to help the three universal civilizations expand their territory? It's already good enough that I don't replace you. Be content, little brother. Now that the threat had finally been resolved, the Galactic Society would be able to enjoy many years of stability. Han Xiao was already satisfied. Ever since he descended, the World Tree had been the sword of Damocles in Han Xiao's eyes. It was his biggest psychological shadow and the source of his anxiety. For a long time, he could only keep this secret by himself and work hard to solve it. He did not dare to relax, and the pressure was difficult to describe to outsiders. After persevering for more than 100 years, he had finally resolved the threat of the Galactic Society. He no longer had to worry about the safety of himself and his friends. He felt relieved and wanted to retreat behind the scenes and truly relax for a period of time. Chapter 1466. The capture of the Star Alliance spies made the three universal civilizations finally relax. They quickly returned to the fleet, no longer blocking the news, and started the propaganda machine with all their might. Very soon, the explosive news of the Galactic Alliance army defeating the World Tree civilization spread throughout the entire Galactic Society in the shortest amount of time possible. Countless galactic residents who were on the refuge planets were instantly blown up until their heads buzzed. Not long ago, we were still in a passive position, facing the full invasion of the foreign enemy. The future was filled with pessimism, and we were in a constant state of anxiety. However, before we were mentally prepared, the tables turned in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they told us that the war had ended and everyone was safe. Brother, we just woke up, we haven't even brushed our teeth. The galactic residents were stunned. They could not believe it. However, as the official media of the three universal civilizations revealed the entire process of the war and confirmed that this was not a rumor, the entire Galactic Society recovered from the shock, leaving only boundless joy. Under the shadow of the World Tree civilization, the entire Galactic Society was forced to change, disrupting everyone's lives. Countless people turned from free and casual galactic residents to refugees escaping the flames of war. The wartime policy tightened the supply of resources and the rights of the people. The difference was huge, and this change had lasted for nearly 20 years. In the perspective of a civilization or a high-level super, 20 years was just a short period of time. It was just a small wave in the long river of time, but to an ordinary galactic resident, it was almost a generation. Any change in the era would be magnified on the individual. In the past, the three universal civilizations and the World Tree civilization were in a stalemate, and no one could see a clear future for the war. Countless galactic residents pessimistically thought that this kind of life would continue, and tomorrow would not be better. At least 2 or 3 generations would have to suffer in the flames of war. However, at this moment of darkness, the dawn tore through the deep fog and shone into everyone's lives. This ray of light came from the countless soldiers who had sacrificed themselves at the front lines, from Black Star, who had single-handedly turned the situation around. On the 17th of April, year 799 of the galaxy calendar, cheers that reached the clouds echoed on countless refuge planets. They came from different races and spoke in different languages. Countless galactic residents called this day the turning point of the era, representing the end of the war and the destruction of the World Tree. As the victors, the three universal civilizations received the praise of the entire galactic society. In their promotion, the three universal civilizations did not hide Black Star's achievements and wrote it as it was. Before the war broke out, he had been maintaining internal checks and balances to reduce internal friction. In the early stages of the war, he led the Beyond Grade as to resist the enemy without any hesitation and personally took the risk to gather key information about the World Tree. During the preparation period, he focused on training the seeds with potential and nurtured a new batch of Beyond Grade as. He guarded the shallow dimensions alone, causing the World Tree civilization to be unable to advance and have no choice but to give up this most dangerous battlefront for the three universal civilizations. He was the first to find the main body of the World Tree, forcing the World Tree civilization to give up on the invasion, and single-handedly opened the curtain of the final battle, turning the long war into the final battle. Too many achievements made Black Star's light in the war unable to be concealed at all. His presence was extremely strong. Countless galactic residents counted Black Star's contributions and were filled with admiration. The reverence that gushed out of their hearts was like a warm current that baked their hearts, and it was also like an uncontrollable trembling of their souls that penetrated every bone and every nerve. Although this was a little unfair to the normal soldiers who had sacrificed on the front line, after seeing Black Star's deeds from the beginning to the end, many galactic residents felt that the rhythm of the entire war was controlled by Black Star. He adjusted the general direction of the strategy, and the Galactic Alliance Army was more like a tool that carried out his will, only responsible for carrying it out. Due to his huge contributions, Black Star became the publicly recognized chief war hero of the Galactic Society. His reputation soared, surpassing all previous records. He was truly like the sun in the sky, earning the respect of the entire Galactic Society and being fanatically sought after. The Beyond Grade has also shared a large amount of reputation and received countless praises, especially the famous sacrifices on the Soul Comfort Monument. They received even more respect and were very popular. Although before the World Tree War broke out, the Beyond Grades were seen as the privileged class of the Galactic Society and had been viewed as enemies by many galactic residents, the Beyond Grades had fought bloody battles on the front lines to protect their safety, and the galactic residents were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Due to the wartime policy, most of the population of the various starfields had been gathered to different refugee planets. Now that the flames of war had been extinguished, the three universal civilizations had also begun to gradually move back batches of refugees, slowly leaving the state of war and returning to normal society. Central Galaxy, Aquamarine Federation's refugee planet. In the huge open-air landing plaza, teams of spaceships with the insignia of the Black Star Corps were parked neatly. The hatch was wide open, and the Blue Star people lined up in an endless line. Following the commands of the army members, they nervously and excitedly stepped onto the starships that were returning home. Years of fear and uneasiness caused everyone's complexion to reveal a strand of haggard and exhaustion, but it couldn't conceal the smiles and relaxation that overflowed from their faces at this moment, and they were filled with anticipation for a beautiful tomorrow. In the office of the government building, the white-haired and wrinkled Bennett stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the crowd in the plaza. Seeing the haggard and excited expressions of the Blue Star citizens one after another, he could not help but sigh softly. The pain of war can only be healed by time. As he spoke, Bennett turned around and looked at the statue of Black Star, which was the landmark of the city, with a gratified look in his eyes. "Black Star, you really did it. I knew I could always trust you." Bennett smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He had already seen through many things, but he was still proud to have an old friend like Black Star. At the same time, on floating Dragon Island above this refugee planet, a spaceship slowly drove into the dock and docked. The hatch slowly opened. Harrison walked out of the spaceship along the gangway and stepped onto the platform. With just a glance, his gaze locked onto Jenny, who was waiting there anxiously. As their gazes met, everything around them seemed to turn into nothingness. There was only each other in their eyes, as if a lifetime had passed. Harrison strode forward and spat on Jenny's shiny forehead before pulling her into his arms. Jenny only struggled symbolically for a moment before she hugged Harrison's back and whispered, "You still know how to come back." "Sorry, I had a reason to leave." All right, I'm not blaming you," Jenny interrupted him. "I'm just thanking Black Star. If he hadn't found the World Tree's main body and completed what you wanted to do, you definitely wouldn't have come back." "That's true." Harrison let go of Jenny and scratched his head embarrassedly. Jenny glared at him and said, "Speaking of which, you've also reached the sky in a single step. Now that you've gotten me, you're in-laws with Blackstar. Although I don't get along with Blackstar, I can't deny that he's already standing at the top of the universe. With him as your backing, you can do whatever you want in the future." This. Harrison was a little embarrassed and did not know how to answer. Jenny snorted, lowered her head, and touched her stomach. Then, she raised her fist and pretended to be fierce. "You have to treat me better in the future, okay? Otherwise, my sister and brother-in-law will find you and beat you up. Let's see if you can take it." Harrison shuddered subconsciously. Although he was not dating Jenny because of her identity, when he thought of the two gods in Jenny's family, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. Harrison felt that the more he talked about this, the more dangerous it was. He quickly changed the topic, coughed, and said, "I'll stay on Floating Dragon from now on and accompany you." However, Jenny rejected, shook her head, and said, "There's no need to stay on Floating Dragon. I plan to resign and not be the general manager of Floating Dragon anymore." Harrison was shocked. "What's wrong? I've been working overtime for so many years, and I'm tired. Ames doesn't know how to manage, and I was worried in the past. Now that she's together with Blackstar around, she doesn't need my help anymore." Jenny's tone was complicated. She was still unhappy with Han Xiao, this B***starred who had snatched her sister away, but it was not her place to object. As she spoke, Jenny paused and looked at Harrison. Her tone became gentle, and she became a little shy. "Besides, I know that you like to explore everywhere. I hope that you will be happy with me. I can't unilaterally stop you from pursuing your hobbies just because we are together. So, in the future, can you take me out to explore?" Harrison was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed and touched. "You're so good to me." He looked at Jenny's face, and his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but slowly move closer. Jenny's face turned red, and she slowly closed her eyes. Just as the two of them were about to touch, a deliberately loud cough sounded from the side. Ahem. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the ambiguous atmosphere was broken. The two of them woke up from their dream and bounced away like they had been electrocuted. Their faces turned red, and they hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that Aesop had appeared beside the two of them at some point in time, and his eyes were looking at the two of them. "When did you come? You're already an adult. Don't you know that you shouldn't disturb others when they're doing something good?" Jenny was embarrassed and angry, so she took the initiative to fire first. Aesop could not be bothered with her. He walked up to Harrison and sized him up with a smile. He patted Harrison's shoulder hard and was very gratified. "Good lad, you're much more reliable than that B***starred Blackstar." Harrison knew Aesop, and he smiled bitterly. "Don't make fun of me. How can I be compared to someone with great achievements like Blackstar? Heh, why can't you be compared? At least in terms of reproduction, you've already beaten him by a step. If he had half your skills, I would have had grandchildren long ago. Blackstar is clearly a hothead, but he still pretends to be very powerful. I wanted to teach him my experience out of kindness, but he actually despised me." Aesop was angry when he said that, and he blew his beard and glared. Harrison did not know what to say. He said helplessly, "Stop fooling around. Blackstar is someone who does big things. Why would he waste his energy on such a small matter?" Small matter. Jenny's ears twitched, and she caught the key word. "Aya, that's not what I meant." Before Harrison could finish his explanation, Aesop grabbed him by the neck and pulled him until he bent over. He chuckled. "I think you're much more pleasing to the eye than Blackstar. Let's go, I'll teach you a few moves. I guarantee that you'll be able to subdue Jenny. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disgust me." Jenny, who was beside him, had a look of disdain on her face. She kicked Aesop and pulled the reluctant Harrison away. Unexplored Universe, Star Alliance Capital. In the office, the leader of the Star Alliance, the leader of the Law Civilization, Savins, and the leaders of the other Star Alliance member states were gathered. A virtual screen floated in front of everyone, displaying the same information. "The Observer team has sent back this week's battle report. Has everyone seen it? The leader of the Star Alliance looked around and asked. Savins nodded and said with a smile, I finished reading it immediately. It seems like with our help, the 3 universal civilizations can't hold on anymore. Hearing this, many people smiled. The leader of the Star Alliance smiled and lowered his head to read the contents of the information. The World Tree Army attacked the Central Galaxy and focused on destroying the refugee planets, causing all the refugees on 1,783 planets to be sacrificed. The number of civilian casualties is estimated to be between 15 trillion and 25 trillion. The mother planet of the Radiant Federation was ambushed by a large force of the World Tree. The defense forces repelled the invaders with difficulty, but the mother planet was severely damaged. Although the upper echelons were fine, many middle-level officials and nobles died. The Galactic Alliance Army and the World Tree invaders engaged in a battle at the Silver Arm, but they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. 8 beyond grade as died on the spot. Due to the unfavorable battle situation and being suspected of being a traitor, the Supercluster Alliance activated the evacuation plan and did not want to continue participating in the battle. The 3 universal civilizations strongly objected, and the Galactic Alliance Army was in turmoil, suspected to have broken off. Although he had already read it once, when he heard the leader of the Star Alliance read it out loud, Savins could not help but smile happily. His heart was filled with the joy of revenge. Finally, the leader of the Star Alliance read through the intense battle situation that Han Xiao had fabricated. He paused for a moment and said with a relaxed tone, it can be seen that the battle between the 3 universal civilizations and the World Tree civilization is extremely tragic. Furthermore, the Supercluster Alliance was schemed against by us and was misunderstood as a traitor who leaked intelligence. With internal and external problems, the 3 universal civilizations will definitely lose. As soon as he finished speaking, many of the people present revealed gloating smiles that did not lose their decorum. They were secretly delighted. Some of the Star Alliance members who did not support him initially had nothing to say. After reading this report, everyone came to a conclusion. The 3 universal civilizations were definitely living in an abyss of suffering. This was a sure win. Chapter 1467. Establishment of the Super's Holy Land. Somewhere in the explored universe, the Avengers fleet was slowly moving. Inside the cabin, Pangan and the others were surrounding the virtual screen, watching the news of the 3 universal civilizations' victory. Looking at the joyous looks of the countless galactic races on the screen, the beyond grade as present had complicated expressions. Humph, the 3 universal civilizations have become the winners, and the galactic society has escaped a calamity. Pangan, are you satisfied now? A beyond grade A stood with his arms crossed and said with dissatisfaction. Pangan was expressionless. There's nothing to be happy about. Is that so? But why do I feel like you don't mean what you say? Don't forget what our goal is. To be honest, if you've given up on revenge, you should disband as soon as possible, another person said coldly. These people had been planning their revenge against the 3 universal civilizations. The Galactic Society was celebrating their victory, so of course, they could not be happy. They only felt annoyed. Facing Pangan, who was not firm enough, they naturally did not have a good expression. Pangan was unmoved and said calmly, if you have time to talk nonsense, you might as well think about your next move. You still have the face to say that. This war was clearly a good opportunity for revenge. If not for you insisting that we not use this as a pretext, we would have long, Blackstar would have killed us long ago. Pangan interrupted him and slowly said, from the current results, the conclusion is that even if we cause trouble, we won't be able to change the outcome of the 3 universal civilizations winning. This is because the key factors that decide the war will not be affected by us at all. Therefore, if we take advantage of the war, we will be wiped out. You all have to be glad that I saved our lives. Hearing this, everyone was furious. Every time they talked about this topic, Pangan would use similar reasons to persuade them, and the key was that it was not easy to refute. At this moment, Pangan changed the topic and said, also, don't you think that this new situation of internal conflicts is a good environment for our development? The reason why I don't agree with causing trouble in the war is because I saw this. If the three universal civilizations lost, we wouldn't have to do anything. Now that they've won, they will form a new balance with the Beyond Grade A Association and the Supercluster Alliance after the war, and we will have room to maneuver. Therefore, what I've always emphasized is that we have to be forward-looking and foresee the changes in the future. We can't just look for a moment. Pangan's tone Pangan. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. This sentence sounds right, but it doesn't sound right coming from the mouth of a martial artist. After taking one last look at the galactic refugees in the news, Pangan turned around and left the room. When he turned around, the corners of his mouth faintly curled up a little, but then it disappeared. He said indifferently, "That's right. Don't look anymore. Let's go. Their joy has nothing to do with us." The migration of the refugees from the various starfields was in full swing. However, one day, an explosive piece of news once again caused a huge shock in the Galactic Society. On this day, the Beyond Grade A Association officially announced the establishment of a civilization regime called the Super's Holy Land. The Civil Association organization was upgraded to the Civilization Elders Association. All the Beyond Grade as of the association were members of the Elders Association, and a portion of them, represented by Blackstar, were the main decision-makers. The nature of the civilization was one of the more common immigrant countries in the Galactic Society. They expressed that they would openly accept all the Supers with good credit as citizens of the Super's Holy Land, regardless of race. The banner was building a resplendent country that belonged to the Supers. The Beyond Grade as were the leaders of the superclass to begin with. They were like wind vanes, enough to guide a portion of people to join. Furthermore, Blackstar was the only transcendent at the moment, so the attraction to the Supers was even greater. Of course, there were more substantial benefits. As long as one became a citizen of the Super's Holy Land, they could obtain super knowledge of the various major systems from the official channels and apply for customized training programs to help them increase their grade. In addition, official citizens could also choose to enjoy the protection of the underworld. If they unfortunately died of old age, they could choose to continue living as heroic spirits. If they advanced to the Beyond Grade A realm, they would directly enter the Elders Association and enjoy the protection of the Sanctum Revival for free. Other than that, there were also various detailed rules and regulations, civil rights, and other provisions. They were jointly formulated by the professionals of the various Beyond Grade A organizations. They referred to the systems of many galactic civilizations and made adaptable changes. The location of the Super's Holy Land was in the flickering world, and almost half of its territory was taken away. There were also some star clusters that had not been fully explored, located at the outermost region of the explored universe. However, the territory was not limited to this. The desolate universe belt outside the border of the flickering world was also included in the territory of the Super's Holy Land. This had to be mentioned about the regurgitation mechanism of the World Tree, which could transform countless planets. The desolate areas could also be transformed into prosperous star fields. Therefore, the Super's Holy Land had obtained a territory that could continuously expand outward without any restrictions. The first batch of citizens were the races or civilizations under the jurisdiction of the various Beyond Grade As. They were migrating over, and the members of the various Beyond Grade A organizations were also close to the water. As long as they were willing, they could obtain the citizenship of the Super's Holy Land. If they were unwilling, they would not force it. These people built the framework of the Super's Holy Land. This was clearly taking advantage of the entire universe. Any civilization would face the risk of losing supers. However, the three universal civilizations did not stand out to object. Instead, they sent a congratulatory message to congratulate the establishment of the Super's Holy Land in the name of the Star Ocean Civilization General Court. At the same time, they accepted the Super's Holy Land as a new member of the Civilization Conference. The two sides had already reached an agreement. The Beyond Grade A Association would obtain the status of a civilizations regime after the war. The three universal civilizations had already contacted Han Xiao during this period of time. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to fulfill the agreement. The smooth migration of a small half of the flickering world and many beyond Grade A races was all because of Han Xiao. The three universal civilizations finally relented. Before the joy of victory in the war faded, the galactic residents had a new topic. The birth of the Super's Holy Land caused a heated discussion in the entire galactic society. Although many galactic residents had guessed that the Beyond Grade A Association would make a big move after the war, due to the lack of information, no one had expected the Beyond Grade A Association to make a move so quickly and with such a huge commotion. Ordinary people were only shocked and discussing, but the entire superclass was in an uproar. The Super's Holy Land was far more attractive to the superclass than any civilization. Just the two benefits of the underworld and the sanctum revival were enough to move countless people. In addition, there was free public knowledge, free training, and a series of other benefits. After enjoying the taste of extraordinary strength, it was basically impossible for them to be satisfied with the current situation. Most supers had the ambition to advance further. The treatment of the Super's Holy Land was enviable, and they did not have to bear as many obligations as joining a Beyond Grade A organization. Although the supers had privileges in the galactic society, they also had all kinds of concerns. Under the tacit understanding of the advanced civilizations, many middle and low-level supers had to sell their lives in exchange for various resources and knowledge. This was one of the methods the advanced civilizations used to maintain the balance, lest the supers become an unstable factor in society. Now that the Super's Holy Land had shouted the slogan of establishing the Holy Land of Supers, it caused 1,000 waves. Batches of supers no longer hesitated and eagerly joined. Before the World Tree War, they might have been afraid of the authority of the three universal civilizations, afraid that they would be cut off from the galactic society. Just like how the three universal civilizations suppressed the Beyond Grade A Association back then, many people did not dare to join the Beyond Grade A organization. Now that the political status of the Super's Holy Land was recognized, Black Star was no longer the ordinary Beyond Grade A of the past. Everyone could see that the Super's Holy Land and the three universal civilizations had reached the same level, and it was impossible for them to repeat the same mistake. Therefore, many supers no longer had any worries. Even if the Galactic Society banned them, they could just live in the Super's Holy Land in the future. What was there to be afraid of? At the border of the flickering world, Han Xiao floated in the desolate universe belt, his entire body burning with the power of the World Tree. Facing the pitch-black space, he waved his hands rhythmically as if he was leading an orchestra to play a symphony. Under his command, roots tore through space and slowly took root. At the same time, the ends of the roots seemed to be spitting bubbles, sprinkling planets in this galaxy, expanding the territory of the Super's Holy Land. Behind him, a group of Beyond Grade as were watching the scene of the planets moving with shock. No matter how many times they saw this scene, everyone was shocked and in awe. After a while, Han Xiao finally finished modifying this area. He retracted the power of the World Tree, turned around, and flew to everyone. Maintain such a large territory for now. It should be enough. As long as you're happy. Everyone had mixed feelings and did not know what to say. Han Xiao turned to look at Aurora and asked, "What does the Galactic Society think of the Super's Holy Land now?" About 120 billion supers have already applied to become citizens of the Super's Holy Land, and this number is still rising rapidly, Aurora said. It's a little small, but it's just the beginning. Many people are still hesitating. When we completely stabilize, the population will skyrocket. Han Xiao nodded casually. During this period of time, he had been running around and talking to the leaders of various organizations. He reached a consensus and finally established the Super's Holy Land. Establishing a civilization was very complicated, and all kinds of structures needed to be perfected. However, Han Xiao only needed to control the general direction and simple diplomacy. The details were filled in by the professional subordinates of the various Beyond Grade A organizations. Because it was the general trend, even the three universal civilizations did not try to trip him up. The establishment of the Super's Holy Land was smoother than Han Xiao had expected. From now on, the Beyond Grade as were officially unified. In the future, they could all carry the banner of the Super's Holy Land and move around in the universe. The structure of the Galactic Society had truly become a tripartite structure. Han Xiao asked himself if he had fulfilled his promise to the Beyond Grade A Association. Many Beyond Grade As became the upper echelons of the Elders Association of the Super's Holy Land. Among them, Aurora was promoted by Han Xiao to be his deputy, replacing Kasui's position. This personnel change received everyone's approval. In the entire Beyond Grade A group, only Aurora could convince the masses. This was also Kasui's own intention. He had originally planned to explore the unknown universe after the war, and Han Xiao had also changed his position according to his request. Because Oathkeeper had also teamed up with Kasui, the Holy Covenant also had an empty position. Therefore, Han Xiao let Beija become the acting leader of the Holy Covenant and handed over the job to Oathkeeper. Beija, on the other hand, did not mind being a mascot-like acting leader. However, Han Xiao did not care much about the Holy Covenant anymore. After obtaining the world tree that could convert resources, he no longer needed the Holy Covenant organization to help him collect the Sanctum keys. The main reason was to fulfill his previous promise and leave a place for the Beyond Grade As who were willing to retire. Han Xiao turned around and looked at Saika, who was hiding in the crowd. He raised his chin and said, "The one with 7 eyes, haven't you always wanted to relocate your race? Move your star pupil civilization to the Super's Holy Land. No one will suppress you here." "Really? I don't believe it." Cisco expressed his strong doubts. Even today, his Black Star PTSD had not been cured. He kept feeling that Han Xiao was up to no good. Han Xiao secretly rolled his eyes and did not want to talk to him. At this moment, Hilbert led a group of direct revivers out of the crowd with a smile on his face. "Black Star, I wonder if the Super's Holy Land welcomes us." Hilbert had always had the idea of leaving the 3 universal civilizations and joining the Beyond Grade A Association. Now that the war was over and the Beyond Grade As had established a civilization, he had finally made up his mind. He brought some direct revivers who also felt that they did not owe the 3 universal civilizations to join the alliance. Naturally, he wanted the unlimited Sanctum revival guarantee. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled. The 3 universal civilizations are even angrier now. If you guys make such a choice, it might invalidate the retirement benefits that you guys exchanged your lives for. Are you sure? It doesn't matter. We've all died for the 3 universal civilizations. We don't owe them anything anymore. It's time to live for ourselves. Hilbert smiled. In that case, the Super's Holy Land welcomes everyone. Han Xiao nodded and sighed. According to this trend, the Super's Holy Land might really be able to capture all the individual powers in the universe in one fell swoop in the future. At that time, the Super's Holy Land would become a place that all supers yearned for. Almost all the naturally awakened civilian supers would gather, and the other civilizations would only have the supers nurtured by their direct descendants. From another perspective, this could also be considered to have increased the security of the Galactic Society, helping the various civilizations to consolidate their rule, and creating a more stable living environment for the galactic residents. I'm indeed still concerned about peace. The 3 universal civilizations don't understand me. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed, not embarrassed at all. Thank you for the 20,000 reward from our Jin's harem. End of chapter. Chapter 1468. This batch of former direct descendants who joined the Super's Holy Land was only a small number of people. Most of the direct descendants still chose to stay in the 3 universal civilizations, but even so, the difference between the high-level combatants of the 2 sides was even greater. However, Han Xiao was no longer afraid of openly poaching the 3 universal civilizations. Ever since he subdued the World Tree and ended the war, many problems had been solved. For example, the 3 universal civilizations had never given up on the right to spread the ultimate knowledge. The Super's Holy Land has become the temple of individual strength. This is the trend. The 3 universal civilizations know that they can't stop it, so they still compromised with me. Han Xiaoxin's eyes swept across everyone and suddenly locked onto Carrot, Evans, and the other new beyond grade as. There was no need to emphasize Carrot and Evans' potential. Naturally, their future was limitless. However, because the World Tree War broke out many years earlier than in his previous life, they did not have enough time to grow. Even with his nurturing, this missing time was still not easy to make up for, and they were far from reaching the theoretical peak of their abilities. Therefore, in this war, the two of them did not perform too well, but it was undeniable that they were still worth nurturing in the future. From Han Xiao's point of view, since the Super's Holy Land had shouted the slogan of the Holy Land of the Supers, it had to show the characteristics of connecting the past and the future. It could not produce a gap in the generation of experts. Although the current peak beyond grade as had a long lifespan and enjoyed a reputation, it was impossible to not have a new generation of experts in the future. They had to let the Galactic Society see the individual strength-nurturing ability of the Super's Holy Land that surpassed any organization. Although there might not be any opportunities to make a move in the future, they still needed the new generation of experts to hold down the fort for the Super's Holy Land. Han Xiao had already regarded Carrot and Evans as the future pillars of the Super's Holy Land. The work of remodeling the territory was completed. Secret Master and the other mags summoned the teleportation gate and sent everyone back to the main planet of the Super's Holy Land. The main planet of the Super's Holy Land was called the Star of Gods, and it was located at the back of the flickering world. There were statues of all the beyond grade as of the Civilization Elder Association. The lineup was luxurious, and among them, Black Star's statue was the tallest and most eye-catching. It was the landmark of the entire planet. Countless spaceships gathered on this planet from all directions, leaving behind streams of light that were like resplendent galaxies hanging upside down. Were these supers who chose to join the Super's Holy Land? They had come to pay their respects to the statues of the various beyond grade as. This area was originally a defensive line built by the Galactic Alliance Army, but after the war, all the stationed troops were withdrawn. This area had a new owner. Every beyond grade A has a residence here. After everyone returned, they scattered in twos and threes. They had gone to do their own things. Now was the time to move their respective forces to the territory of the Super's Holy Land. Most beyond grade as were extremely busy. Han Xiao returned to the office. Aurora, Hela, Fu Ding, and the rest of the Black Star Corps came over and had a small meeting. The framework of the Super's Holy Land has been built. All that's left is to fill it in. There are some personnel changes that need to be explained to everyone. Say. Han Xiao scanned everyone. His gaze fell on Nero as he continued. As the supreme leader of the Super's Holy Land, it's not suitable for me to continue leading the Black Star Corps. Nero, the army will be temporarily handed over to you. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at the dumbfounded Nero with different expressions. That's not appropriate, right? I'm not mentally prepared. Nero was shocked. He stammered, "Why you started from scratch and only built the foundation today? You're handing it to me just like that. I'm afraid I can't bear the responsibility." Han Xiao raised his brows. He scolded, "What the hell are you thinking? I'm only letting you be the acting Legion commander. On the surface, I'm just a figurehead. Nominally, I won't interfere with the daily affairs of the Legion, but you still have to report to me." Now that he had become the supreme leader of the Super's Holy Land, he needed to avoid suspicion from the outside world. If he continued to lead the Black Star Corps, it would be easy for others to have thoughts about it, and it would also be easy for the army to be inflated. Although Han Xiao was not afraid, he would avoid it if he could. It just so happened that he wanted to relieve some of the burden and relax. After all, with his transcendent grade and the power of the World Tree, he no longer needed an external force to support his position. It was a good opportunity to let go of his authority and reduce the burden. Then I'm relieved. Nero heaved a sigh of relief. It was not his fault for being afraid. There were too many beyond grade as in the army. Although he was Black Star's godson, he still could not hold the fort. Furthermore, the brand Black Star Corps was already famous throughout the universe. It stood too high, and Nero was afraid that he would lose his reputation. However, If it was just a part-time job, it would be much better. Han Xiao turned to look at Aurora and said, "It's the same for you. Now that you're the second-in-command of the Super's Holy Land, don't continue to be the deputy army commander of the Black Star Corps. Let's do the handover later." Aurora was unwilling. What happened to the promise that as long as I'm willing to stay, I can always stay in the army? Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. Your current identity is not suitable. You have to take on the burden alone. Even if you're not in the army, our relationship will not change. As the saying goes, people walk towards the top. The Black Star Corps is just a stage in your life. It's already over. Humph, big liar. Aurora turned her head to the side. Han Xiao was helpless. He turned to look at Hela and asked, "What about you? Have you considered what I told you? Do you want to take on the position of Minister of the Super's Department?" "Sure." Hela nodded lightly. "All right, then you and Aurora can hand over your position in the army together." Han Xiao nodded. The Super's Holy Land was divided into 5 important departments based on the 5 supersystems. They were led by the corresponding beyond grade as and had great authority. Hela's performance in this war was obvious to all. Coupled with the characteristics of the underworld, no one had any objections to her being in charge of the Super's department. Originally, Han Xiao wanted Man Ison to be in charge of the mechanic department, but old Man Ison refused. He had no choice but to settle for the second best and let Kant take charge of the mechanic department. The mage department was managed by Milizors, and his deputy was Secret Master. The pugilist department head was Sieran, and Han Xiao planned to replace him with Carrot in the future. The best candidate for the psychic department was originally Kasui, but he had to go on a long trip, so he replaced him with a peak psychic beyond grade A who had been following the association for a long time. Fu Ding was the deputy. After a series of personnel changes, the upper echelons of the Super's Holy Land were distributed to the various meritorious officials. Many of them were former members of the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao asked them to hand over all their positions and did not force them to use the army camp to bind these people. Although these people did not mind following him, they still had to give him face. As the upper echelons of the Super's Holy Land, it was not good to keep the title of Deputy Army Commander. It would also make it seem that the Black Star Corps controlled the decision-making power of the civilization and was too domineering. Although he had the qualifications to be a dictator now, there was no need to show it. On the surface, a group of beyond grade as had left, making it seem like the upper echelons of the Black Star Corps had lost their combat power, but in reality, it did not make much of a difference to Han Xiao. In the past, he wanted to gather a large number of experts to strengthen the Black Star Corps, but now, he had to subtract them. His status had changed. These beyond grade as were not in the army, it did not mean that they did not listen to him. At this moment, Hela crossed her arms and said straightforwardly, "You have to teach me how to enter the transcendent grade. I can't teach you now. Let's talk about it when you reach the bottleneck." Han Xiao waved his hand. He arranged the positions of the many beyond grade as in the army one after another. After dealing with the last person, he thought for a while and looked at Aurora. "By the way, release Sorokin. I have something to talk to him about." Aurora curled her lips, but she still did as she was told. Balls of gentle golden energy condensed into a physical body and gradually turned into Sorokin's appearance. Sorokin opened his eyes and looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Han Xiao. He asked in confusion, Isn't the war over? Why are you calling me out?" Han Xiao rubbed his knuckles and said, "I have a good thing for you here. As long as you're willing to make a deal with me and not cause trouble, I'll allow you to not return to the underworld and continue to act outside." Hearing this, Sorokin had a suspicious look on his face. "When did you become so good to me? Tell me, what do you want me to do?" The Beyond Grade A Association has established a civilization and regime called the Super's Holy Land. I'll tell you the details later. I hope you can become an upper echelon in the economy or business field and display your strengths. How about it? Are you interested? There's such a good thing. Sorokin's eyes lit up. "Just tell me if you're willing." Han Xiao's tone was casual. Of course, The Super's Holy Land did not lack economic professionals, but Sorokin was the best at making money among the beyond graders after all. Han Xiao felt that it would be a waste of his talent to leave him in the underworld. It was a pity, so he might as well get Sorokin out and let him do what he could. Anyway, with his current status, he was no longer afraid of Sorokin causing any trouble. No problem, don't worry. With me around, I'll definitely make the economy of this Super's Holy Land prosper, grow bigger, and create more glory. Sorokin immediately agreed. He had nothing to do in the underworld all day long, so of course, he would not reject such a rare opportunity to relax. As for the grudge with Black Star back then, Sorokin had already accepted his fate over the years. He was a smart person and would not keep brooding over it. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, his communicator suddenly rang. Beep beep beep. He took a look and saw that it was a call from the dynasty's ruler, Bruce. Han Xiao waved his hand and gestured for everyone to leave. After everyone left, he picked up the call. What's the matter? Black Star, we plan to hold a grand ceremony on January 1st, year 800 of the galaxy calendar to celebrate this victory, pay tribute to the lives sacrificed in the war, and award the meritorious officials. Your Super's Holy Land should participate in it too, especially you. The entire galactic society regards you as a hero. Don't be absent. I'll be there. Han Xiao nodded. This war was indeed worthy of the three universal civilizations holding a grand ceremony, and the date chosen was also very meaningful. The first day of the new century. This date was probably specially chosen to make it easier for the students to recite. After casually chatting for a while, Han Xiao told Bruce about the choice of Hilbert and the others. Bruce's reaction was very calm, as though he had expected it. It was a pity that Han Xiao could not see how exasperated the other party was. After hanging up, Han Xiao calculated the date. There's still half a year left until the ceremony. This time is enough for the Super's Holy Land to gain a foothold. After the ceremony, there will be a lot of free time. I'll enter the sanctum again and revive those old unlucky fellows who died in battle. At the same time, I'll figure out all the information on the sanctum's message board. Because the World Tree had solved the problem of the sanctum's key, Han Xiao naturally thought of a plan, which was to use this point to continuously enter and exit the sanctum and unlock all the information on the message board. In theory, this operation was completely feasible. However, this would take a lot of time. Han Xiao decided to wait until the new situation stabilized before implementing it. Speaking of which, I wonder what the players have been doing recently. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the players' forums. Most of the topics discussed were related to the victory of the war and the Super's Holy Land. Now that the war was over, the players were free. Although Han Xiao had put up the World Tree War Dungeon Crystal series, most of them were still in a state of idleness. They had just completed a world main storyline mission, and many people could not bring themselves to do the side quests for the time being. In addition, the 5th Pro League was already in the preparation stage, which attracted the attention of the players. Therefore, Han Xiao did not have to worry about the players having nothing better to do. The universe is peaceful, society is stable, everything is getting better. TSK, it's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. Han Xiao exhaled and felt refreshed. An indescribable sense of satisfaction appeared. On the other side of Star of Gods, in Manison's mansion. Manison casually played with the cards and looked at Kasui, who was thinking hard about his cards. He casually said, "You've already decided to go on a long journey and found a new goal in life. I haven't congratulated you yet. I've lived for a long time, so I have to find something to do. There are basically no secrets in the explored universe to me. Searching for the unknown is fun." Kasui casually played a card and smiled. However, speaking of which, I didn't expect you to reject Black Star's invitation and not take charge of the machinery department of the Super's Holy Land. You took the initiative to give up this position of real power. Aren't you the same? Manison did not comment. I don't want to take up a position because I'm going on a long journey, but you're staying here. Why don't you want this power? This isn't like you. Kasui raised his eyebrows. I have other arrangements. Manison glanced at the card game and took out a card to play. However, after thinking about it, he stuffed the card back and changed his hand to play. He did not stop talking and said, I plan to go into seclusion and research for a few decades. I don't want to be distracted elsewhere. Besides, with Black Star around, I'll never be able to surpass him in the eyes of a mechanic. Indeed. Kasui sighed. It's the misfortune of all mechanics to be in the same era as him. Manison looked up at him and knocked on the table. You're not a mechanic, so why are you so emotional? To be honest, if I were you, I would have directly acknowledged Black Star as my teacher. It's not embarrassing to learn knowledge. Kasui shrugged. You talk too much. Hurry up and play your cards. Manison snorted coldly. Although his relationship with Han Xiao had eased up a lot and he was willing to listen to the other party's orders to a certain extent, for him to lower his head again? Absolutely impossible. The establishment of the Super's Holy Land established the new situation after the war. After the initial observation, a large number of Supers from different civilizations poured into the territory of the Super's Holy Land from the various starfields and obtained official citizenship after being approved. The efficiency of a beyond Grade A organization was famous for being high. With the rapid implementation of various aspects, the Super's Holy Land had only been established for a few months before it began to operate efficiently. On the other hand, the entire galactic society had yet to recover and still needed a lot of time to adapt to the new situation. The Supercluster Alliance also used the birth of the Super's Holy Land to get rid of the suppression it had always been under. It finally enjoyed the treatment of a normal advanced civilization and obtained a certain degree of freedom to develop. After the war, the situation gradually stabilized. The entire galactic society was working hard to adapt to the changes after the war. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of year 799 of the galaxy calendar. The celebration ceremony held by the three universal civilizations was held as scheduled. Chapter 1469. Galaxy Calendar Year 800, January 1st Central Galaxy, Planet New Era. A few months ago, in order to hold this celebration, the three universal civilizations had started to artificially modify this planet. They had transformed a dead and desolate planet into a celebration planet and named it Planet New Era to commemorate the past 100 years of experience, especially the victory of the World Tree War. Looking down from space, there was a gigantic building that looked like a heavenly tower standing on the ground of Planet New Era. At the top was an open-air square platform. This was the venue of the celebration, and rows of floating seats were neatly suspended around it. Countless spaceships were floating in the sky, covering the sky. Countless galactic media had arrived early. This time, it was also a comprehensive broadcast to the various starfields. However, the number of viewers could not set a new record because the war had caused a lot of population losses. However, the viewership ratings had reached a new high, and almost every family stayed in front of the television to watch the broadcast. Anti-gravity hovering vehicles in the atmosphere rose from the ground and flew to the venue. The invited guests took their seats one after another. The representatives of the various civilizations, military heroes, beyond grade As, and so on were basically all big shots in the galactic society. As the guests took their seats and waited for the celebration to begin, the venue quickly became lively. The beyond grade As beside him chatted casually. Han Xiao did not participate in the conversation. He casually took out his communicator and took a look. The galactic media had already started to broadcast. The camera swept across the venue, and as if they knew what the audience wanted to see, they pulled it to his face from time to time, showing his well-defined masculine face. TSK, you're always filming me. Do you like to be pleasing to the eyes so much? Han Xiao smacked his lips, not embarrassed at all. Kasui, who was sitting at the side, elbowed him in the waist and chuckled. It's a pity that you haven't revived those beyond grade As who died in battle. They're going to miss this celebration. I did it on purpose. When we mourn the dead later, if we see them alive, it will ruin the atmosphere. Han Xiao paused for a moment, and his expression suddenly became strange. Besides, You don't want to see Dylan speak on such an occasion, right? That's true. Kasui shivered. Han Xiao shook his head and did not say anything else. In the past half a year, the Super's Holy Land had stabilized, and he had also had a rare relaxing holiday. His mental state was now very good, and he ate well. Although this celebration was just a process for Han Xiao, it was very meaningful to the Galactic Society. It was an attempt to comfort the wounds left behind by the galactic residents in the war and make them have the courage to look forward to the future. After all, normal people needed a sense of ceremony. Not long after, the leaders of the three universal civilizations arrived in person. The venue gradually quieted down, and the audience watching the broadcast held their breaths. Under everyone's gazes, Ma Bruce slowly walked to the podium. With a solemn expression, he swept his gaze across the crowd and slowly spoke. The universe is vast and boundless. Countless unknown civilizations are like stars in the sky, bringing vitality to this world that should have been dead. We are one of them, living in a corner of the universe, constantly reproducing. In the past 100 years, we have experienced many hardships, from internal conflicts, technological disasters, invasions from foreign enemies. Ma Bruce spoke for a while and recounted the various experiences of the past 100 years. The Crimson Tide, the development of the flickering world, the intelligent plague, the World Tree War, and so on. After combing through them, he recalled the bitterness and sweetness, awakening the memories of many people. The past 100 years could be said to have been turbulent. Black Star was a figure that could not be avoided. He had an extremely strong presence on the galactic stage, as if most of the major events in the galaxy had his shadow. The past 100 years were like the rise of Black Star. Many players who were watching the broadcast listened with relish. When they thought of the Black Star Core video series created by Pork Bun, they could not help but feel honored. They felt a strong sense of immersion, as if they were there. No matter how great Black Star's achievements were, the image of Black Phantom from back then was still etched in the minds of many hardcore players. Black Phantom grew up step by step under their support and witnessing. It was like watching a child grow up. It was incomparably close. We've survived the past, and today, we've finally entered a new era of peace. This is inseparable from the contributions and sacrifices of our pioneers. They used their lives in exchange for a new and stable life for us. Ma Bruce's expression was solemn. He took out a speech and slowly read it. Galactic Alliance Army No. 31 Division, former Red Empire's Iron Flag Fleet, resisted the World Tree Civilization in the Interception Circle. A total of 8 million people, all wiped out. Galactic Alliance Army No. 477 Division, former Radiant Federation's Glimmer Fleet, faced the World Tree Civilization's vanguard at the front line of the flickering world. A total of 2 million people, only 403 people remain. Galactic Alliance Army, Ma Bruce's tone was solemn as he read out the shocking casualty statistics one after another. As the numbers of the sacrificed troops were listed one after another, the mood of the people present and the galactic residents in front of the screen also became solemn. Many people only knew that the casualties in this war were heavy, but they did not know the exact situation. Only now did they have a clear idea. Everyone mourned in silence for a few minutes before Ma Bruce continued to speak. The atmosphere was solemn as he conferred posthumous honors to the fallen soldiers. After all the sacrifices were made, it was time to reward the living war heroes. Only then did the atmosphere become relaxed and lively. The war heroes went up the stage one after another, and the heads of the three universal civilizations awarded them one after another. The military officers made up the majority, and all the beyond grade as received a share. Even the former direct descendants of the revivers who had joined the Super's Holy Land received different medals of honor. Even the Supercluster Alliance, which had always been able to watch the show, received different medals. The three universal civilizations expressed their sincerity. Today, they did not talk about factions, only merits, and treated everyone equally, except for Lagi. Lagi originally wanted to express himself freely, but when he felt Han Xiao's gaze on him, he obediently followed the script. This segment lasted for a long time, and finally, it was Han Xiao's turn to be the last one. Bruce coughed and said in a clear voice, "In the World Tree War, Black Star made too many contributions and provided us with a lot of information. In the end, he almost turned the tide and turned the disadvantageous situation around, giving us a chance to end the war early. No one can replace his contributions. All the members of the Galaxy Civilization General Court have unanimously decided to award Black Star the Galaxy Medal." Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded. Now that Black Star's reputation in the Order faction was off the charts, almost everyone sincerely congratulated him. When dealing with the intelligent plague, Black Star had already obtained a Galaxy Medal, and now, he had obtained a second one. The Galaxy Medal was the highest honor of the Galactic Society, and in principle, it would not be awarded a second time. However, Black Star was the only person who had obtained it twice, and he had already made history. However, no one was surprised. Black Star deserved such an honor. Other than the Galaxy Medal, no other award could match his contributions. Amidst the warm applause, Han Xiao stood up calmly and walked to the high platform. "Thank you for your contributions to the Galactic Society," Bruce said sincerely. On the other hand, Louis and the ethereal Pope patted Han Xiao's arm to show their closeness. Han Xiao would not embarrass them on such an occasion. He nodded and took the Galaxy Medal from the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations, pinning it on his chest. According to the usual practice, the recipient had to give a speech. Han Xiao had already prepared a speech, which was all just for show. He was already very familiar with this. He walked to the podium skillfully and was about to speak according to the speech when he suddenly paused. Countless lights flashed in front of him, and countless galactic residents were looking at him from behind the screen. The guests around him quietened down and craned their necks. The faces of different races had the same anticipation and hope. They held their breaths and waited for his long speech. Seeing this, Han Xiao was a little dazed. He looked down at the medal on his chest and subconsciously rubbed it with his fingers. He hesitated for a few seconds before giving up on his lengthy speech. He shook his head gently and said seriously, "I hope that there will be no more war in this world." The venue hesitated for a moment, waiting for Han Xiao to continue. However, Han Xiao nodded to everyone after he finished speaking. Seeing this, everyone present applauded for a long time. The process proceeded step by step. After Bruce impassioned looking forward to the future speech, the celebration ceremony finally ended successfully. The entire Galactic Society was jubilant. It was as if their souls had been baptized, and they were filled with new motivation for the future. A few days later, in the joint conference room of the 3 universal civilizations, the Star Alliance is still the same. According to the spies who were turned by Black Star, the upper echelons of the Star Alliance believe their intelligence and are very excited. However, we still have to be careful in case the Star Alliance sends out new spies. That way, we'll be exposed. That's right. Black Star has already informed them. He said that he's going to disappear for a period of time and go to the Sanctum to revive a batch of Beyond Grade As. During this period, we have to be careful. Don't let the Star Alliance see through our tricks. The 3 of them discussed softly. Black Star had gone to the Sanctum and could not guard the Super's holy land for the time being. However, the 3 of them had no other thoughts about him. Now, they were only worried that the Star Alliance would see through their plan because Black Star was not around. After resting for more than half a year, the army has recovered a little, but the loss of Supers is quite serious. There's no way we can compete with the Super's holy land. Sigh. However, Black Star just said a few days ago that he's willing to develop the Sanctum with us in the future. I don't know if he's lying. The 3 of them were confused. Now that Black Star had the upper hand and his position was stable, there was no need for him to share the information of the Sanctum with them. They did not know what Black Star was up to this time. Bruce hesitated and said, "I don't think it's credible." The Sanctum revival is Black Star's important trump card. How can he share it? If he really did that, he must have a bigger plan. Louis shook his head. Let's not talk about him for now. It's more important to deal with the Star Alliance. Although they've fallen for our trap now, we can't hide it forever. The longer we wait, the more likely they will become suspicious. When do you think it's better to make a move? The ethereal Pope pondered. Now that the war weariness is high, the Galactic Society can't withstand another round of war. If we act rashly, the praise now might become criticism. I think it's best to wait at least 3 to 5 years before the Galactic Society stabilizes. Anyway, time is on our side, so there's no need to rush. Let's wait until we recover. The three of them discussed in low voices when to start a new war. Half a month later, in an uninhabited area of the Super's Holy Land, Han Xiao floated in the universe, and there was no one around him. He had already greeted the 3 universal civilizations and the Super's Holy Land. Today, he stepped into the sanctum and began his plan to farm authority. In the internal space, the world tree moved slightly and transformed into a sanctum key, which quickly burned. The next moment, a surging light bloomed from his palm and shot straight out, turning into the light door of the sanctum in front of him and slowly rotating. I hope this plan works. Han Xiao calmed himself down and flew in. His figure was gradually engulfed by the light. Chapter 1470. It was the familiar stream of light tunnel, and the familiar hazy feeling. After an unknown amount of time, Han Xiao's mind suddenly shook, and he regained consciousness. Han Xiao's vision suddenly opened up. As far as the eye could see, it was still the familiar scene of the first sanctum. The white world was boundless, and countless gentle light clusters floated in it, storing the information form collections of iterations one after another. It's still the same blurry feeling, but it's a little lighter than last time. Han Xiao was not unfamiliar with this feeling. After all, he had been here many times and was already a regular. He looked down at the back of his hand. The sanctum authority mark was shining brightly, one level higher than last time. Let's revive those unlucky bastards first. Han Xiao did not delay and skillfully sacrificed the mediums of the various dead beyond grade as to activate the sanctum revival function. Very soon, rays of light appeared out of thin air and gathered from all directions, condensing into a sanctum revival mark that floated in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao pointed with his finger, and the sanctum revival mark seemed to turn into liquid, flowing along his finger and freezing on the back of his hand, turning into a complicated tattoo. He probed with his mind and checked the targets of the revival, confirming that all the famous people on the Soul Comfort Monument were inside. After doing this, Han Xiao exhaled softly, calmed down, summoned the sanctum's message board, and looked at it. The authority of the first sanctum had increased again, and more content appeared on the message board than last time. Han Xiao compared it according to his memory, and when he saw the 5th last paragraph of the Celestial Star Alliance, he focused and read it carefully. The last 4 paragraphs were where most of the content was missing. He had read it twice before and only obtained 2 pieces of slightly valuable information. One was the information form stripping plan mentioned in the 4th last paragraph, and the other was the last paragraph, which indicated the continuation of the previous iteration's plan and mentioned some kind of unknown device and control valve. This time, Han Xiao found that some of the missing content in the last 4 messages had been filled in. Among them, there was some information that caught his attention in the 2nd and last paragraphs. The conversion plan failed, but the principle has been proven to be feasible. The reason for the failure is the lack of a key medium of truth, and the connection cannot be established. Next time, this will need to be perfected. In addition, the information materialization device has been completed and loaded into the template. There is a possibility that information will be mutated during the process of creating the information materialization device, and it will appear in the subsequent information materialization in an unknown form as a distorted form, the penultimate message. The current true form medium is not enough to complete the previous iteration's transformation plan. We need a deeper level of connection to build a stable bridge. We have decided to add a control valve for the information materialization device to reduce the processing cost of the information materialization device when it goes berserk, the last part of the message. Oh, this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The penultimate message was the previous iteration mentioned in the penultimate message. From the current content, it could be seen that the latter had inherited the former's plan. The unknown device and control valve mentioned in the penultimate message had been unlocked at this time. They were the information materialization device created in the penultimate message. In addition, these two messages threw out a new concept, true form. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. With his current level, there were very few things that he did not understand at the technological level. This was actually the first time he had seen this term. Han Xiao tried to use the index function of the Sanctum Authority to search for this keyword, but the Sanctum mark did not react. Generally speaking, only a precise search for a single iteration or civilization name could activate the index function. Looks like I'll have to continue grinding for authority and unlock the civilization name of these last 4 messages. Han Xiao nodded to himself. The civilization name mentioned in the last 4 messages was still empty, and he did not have the authority to check it. After memorizing this information in his heart, Han Xiao closed the message board and began to search for technical information in the first sanctum. Although he had not finished studying all the information in his hands and did not lack technology, since he was already here, after the sanctum authority increased, the upper limit of his memory capacity also increased. After a long time, Han Xiao finally filled up the capacity this time and returned with a full load. He did not stay any longer and opened the sanctum passage to leave. After passing through the stream of light tunnel again, Han Xiao's body suddenly became light, and he returned to the main universe. The sanctum light door behind him disappeared. Han Xiao opened his communicator and took a look. Only 30 days had passed. The time flow is getting closer and closer. Next time, it'll probably only take 20 days. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The sanctum message board seemed to be universal, and it was the same for every sanctum. Therefore, he only needed to focus his firepower on one of the sanctums. If he focused on all the sanctums, it would take many years. Han Xiao thought for a while, changed into the king, and teleported to the main planet of the Super's Holy Land. He flew to the huge square where all the Beyond Grade A statues were placed. At this time, the square was bustling with activity, and there was an endless stream of pedestrians. They were all supers who had gathered from all over the world. When they saw Han Xiao arrive, they were stunned for a moment before being overjoyed. "Look, it's Black Star. It's actually a real person. I'm your admirer. Can you give me an autograph?" Many passers-by were excited. They swarmed over like crazy fans. Among the supers, Black Star was almost the idol of the entire world. At least 8 out of 10 supers were his admirers. He was no different from a great man. Han Xiao smiled at the crowd and waved his hand. A gentle breeze blew, and an invisible force field rotated and spread out, covering an area like a transparent barrier, blocking all the pedestrians. The pedestrians further away also heard the wind and came over. There was a sea of people outside the barrier, and soon, there were layers and layers of people. They looked at Han Xiao curiously, guessing the purpose of his appearance. Han Xiao did not explain anything and just activated the Sanctum Revival mark. Rays of light surged and condensed into balls of light, gradually transforming into the bodies of the dead beyond grade as. The reason why he deliberately showed his divinity in front of the public was to let the public see the actual scene of the Sanctum Revival and increase the attraction of the Super's Holy Land. This was the plan that had been decided during the meeting a few months ago. In the future, every Sanctum Revival would be carried out publicly. Before farming the Sanctum Authority, Han Xiao planned to revive these unlucky people first. On one hand, he wanted them to return earlier and fulfill his promise. On the other hand, he wanted the 3 universal civilizations and the other organizations to see that the time he spent in the Sanctum had been shortened, telling them that he could return at any time. Although these people might not have any other thoughts, Han Xiao felt that it was best to avoid this possibility, in case these advanced civilizations felt that he had disappeared for too long and wanted to cause trouble again. Very soon, the light in the square condensed, and under everyone's gazes, the dead beyond grade as were revived. Confusion remained on their faces, and they only gradually regained their senses after a while. "Haha, I'm alive again. Praise Black Star. Where is this? Why haven't I seen it before? What era is it now? Is the World Tree War over?" The group of revivers looked around curiously. In the end, Their gazes landed on Han Xiao. All right, the war is over. We won. You can ask Aurora and the others about the details. Han Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. This was not the first time these people had revived, and the good thing was that he did not need to explain the situation from the beginning. He turned to look at Dylan and said, "I've fulfilled my promise and let you regain your freedom. You'd better keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, if others want to kill you again, I won't stop them." Dylan's face twitched, and he was speechless. Regaining his freedom should have been a happy thing, but Dylan felt guilty. When he was an underworld hero spirit, he did not have to worry about anything, so he was even more unrestrained when he spoke. He could scold whoever he wanted, and he offended many people. Others could not be bothered to argue with a dead person like him, but now that he was alive, if others came to settle the score, even if they had to suffer, for some reason, Dylan felt a little reluctant to be an underworld hero spirit. Han Xiao did not say much to the others. He turned around and teleported, disappearing from the spot. Without the force field barrier, countless pedestrians swarmed over. These revivers did not understand the situation and were almost drowned in the sea of people. They quickly rose into the sky and left. Halfway through the flight, Aurora, who had already noticed the commotion, rushed over with a group of Beyond Grade as who had stayed behind on the main planet to welcome the revivers. "Congratulations on your revival. Come with us and I'll explain the situation to you," Aurora said. Ever since she was elected as the second-in-command of the Super's Holy Land, she had been maintaining her mature appearance, as if this would give her some dignity. However, in the eyes of the Beyond Grade as who had a preconceived impression of her, she was still cute. Even if Aurora purposely put on a dignified and elegant posture, it did not have any deterrence at all. The revivers nodded and followed Aurora, flying toward the core building of the Super's Holy Land. Just as Dylan was about to follow, he suddenly felt a hot and vigorous blood aura coming from the side. Two thick and elastic chest muscles clamped over and bit his arm like a big mouth. At the same time, his shoulder was held by someone, and waves of force came from it, grabbing him tightly, not allowing him to move. Dylan turned around and saw Sieran appear beside him. He put his arm around his shoulder and put his arm around his shoulder. The huge basin came over, and there was a malicious smile on his rough face. "Yo, you're finally alive. Come over here, we have a bunch of guys who want to have a good chat with you." Dylan turned his head stiffly and saw a group of Beyond Grade as staring at him with playful eyes. There was no lack of peak Beyond Grade as among them. Gulp. Dylan swallowed his saliva, and cold sweat broke out on his back. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. At this moment, Dylan realized that it was indeed more comfortable to be a hero spirit. Han Xiao only appeared for a short while. After completing the Sanctum revival, he immediately opened the Sanctum and started the operation to farm his authority. Now that the matters of the Super's Holy Land were under the jurisdiction of Aurora and the Elders Committee, and the external environment was very stable, his disappearance did not have much of an impact. As the days passed, it was finally time for Kasui to set off. Most of the Beyond Grade as respected this old brother of theirs, and on the day he left, they all came to send him off. After the Battle of the World Tree, most of them had become comrades, and their relationship was much better than before. Kasui, who was kind to others, was quite popular. At the dock of the Super's Holy Land, long-distance spaceships that contained all kinds of the highest technology were docked in orbit. The hatch opened, and Kasui and Oathkeeper had already packed their things. They stood in front of the gangway and said goodbye to everyone. The unexplored universe is filled with unknown dangers. You too must be careful, Aurora reminded on behalf of everyone. Kasui smiled. It's fine. Anyway, there's Blackstar to back us up. Haha, just kidding. With our abilities, we won't fall into danger so easily. Once you guys leave, you probably won't be back for a long time. There's no news of you. Sigh. I won't be able to find you to play cards in the future. Kant was a little sad. It's fine. Our Super's Holy Land doesn't have much else, but we have plenty of poker friends. Kasui shook his head and smiled. At this moment, Manison walked forward and patted Kasui's shoulder. He did not say much and said concisely, "Goodbye, old friend. Have a safe journey." "Thank you. I wish you a smooth seclusion." Kasui stopped smiling and nodded. Excluding Blackstar, among everyone, his relationship with Manison was actually the best. The two of them had known each other for hundreds of years and were old acquaintances. "You know my background, and I know yours." Their relationship was not ordinary. Most of the people around Kasui were beyond grade as of the current era. On the other side, Oathkeeper was surrounded by the first batch of revived primordial ones of the Holy Covenant organization. Back then, when we made the Holy Covenant together, our companions died one after another. Only you persevered until now. We didn't expect you to really complete this cause. It's been hard on you all these years. If not for you, we would still be in hibernation. Although you didn't show off in the era when we were active, only now do we know that you might be the best among us. The primordial ones were filled with emotions. Oathkeeper waved his hand expressionlessly. "Let's not talk about the past. I'm just carrying out the promise back then. There's nothing worth praising. Unfortunately, although we really achieved our wish and successfully revived in the future, the era no longer belongs to us." Beja sighed and said with a reluctant tone, "Sigh, no matter what, we're always grateful for what you did. When you miss us, take a look at the primordial card deck we gave you. This is the first generation limited edition card that we kindly got from the headquarters of the Wayne Card Distribution Group. I'll keep it well." Oathkeeper was speechless, but an imperceptible smile still appeared on his usually serious face. After bidding farewell for a while, they finally finished saying what they needed to say. Kasui and Oathkeeper looked at each other. "Let's go." The two of them nodded to everyone, turned around, and boarded the spaceship. Everyone watched as the spaceship slowly started, glided along the track, took off, and drove into space. It suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the depths of the galaxy, leaving behind a bright trail of flames. Manison retracted his gaze, turned around, and left without saying goodbye. He decided to enter a long-term seclusion from today onwards. He would be isolated from the world, learn technology down to earth, and focus on scientific research. Compared to taking shortcuts, he still preferred to rely on his own wisdom. It had never changed. At the same time, in the arcane church, Temple of 10,000 Gods, a fleet of long-distance voyages was ready to set off. "Your Excellency Warnos, have you decided? Are you really going to the unexplored universe?" A group of priests gathered around him with a complicated expression. "I've already discovered that the key to opening the path ahead is hidden in the depths of the galaxy." Warnos looked at the galaxy with a deep gaze. Just a few months ago, he had finally unearthed his hidden perception and sensed the location of the Beyondus vestige in the galaxy. It was like the morning star, guiding the way from afar. In the end, he decided to follow his intuition and leave the explored universe to head to the unknown area to find an opportunity to enter the transcendent grade. "In that case, we respect your choice. The Pope asked us to specially pass on a message. He said that he hopes that when you return, you can become the first direct descendant transcendent. Tell him that he will get what he wants." Warnos replied calmly and walked into the spaceship. The next moment, the Arcane Church's fleet slowly set sail, heading toward the unknown path. P.S. Let me recommend my good friend July's new book. It's amazing, it's actually called New Book. July is an old history writer, and there's no need to doubt her skills. The background dynasty she chose this time is the era of Transmigrator Wang Mang and Grand Magus Liu Xiu. It sounds quite interesting. If you're interested, catch me and take a look. Thank you for the 50,000 reward from Shen City Scholar. Thank you for the 12,000 reward from the people who don't eat gold coins. End of chapter. Chapter 1471. Super's Holy Land, a certain no man's land. A ball of colorful energy floated in space. Its shape was unpredictable, like a colorful cloud that was kneaded by an invisible force. All kinds of high-energy particles flowed through it like electric signals released by neurons. The entire energy ball was like a small nebula-like energy field-type brain. Evans floated in the middle with a serious expression. He carefully controlled all kinds of energy and constantly perfected this nebula brain. However, all of a sudden, the energy nebula expanded unstable. The nerve bridges built by all kinds of energy collapsed in a chain reaction. Just as the energy nebula was about to expand and explode, Evans crossed his hands and opened his Esper field. The violent energy suddenly stabilized and quickly shrank, turning into a dazzling ball of light the size of a human head that was absorbed by Evans. Sigh, I failed again. Evans had a helpless expression as he sighed inwardly. Ever since he saw the battle of the transcendent grade in the war, he had deeply felt the inadequacy of his strength and had always yearned for that incredible power. Originally, after the war ended, everyone started to take a break, but Evans was one of the very few people who did not relax and had been focusing on developing his Esper ability. On one hand, his motivation was his own pursuit. On the other hand, Evans still remembered the high hopes that Blackstar had for him and was not willing to waste his hard-earned potential. He wanted to reach the level that Blackstar had expected. Escod, on the other hand, was very gratified by this. He thought that Evans had always remembered the promise to help him beat up Blackstar and had always taught him everything he knew and guided Evans' cultivation. I hope I can improve as soon as possible. His Excellency Blackstar told me that he hopes that I will be a pillar of the Super's holy land in the future. I can't disappoint him. Evans clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Just as he was about to try again, his perceptions suddenly moved and he looked in a direction. A stream of light approached from afar, and a spaceship jumped over and hovered not far away. A strong figure flew out. It was Carrot. "Hey, so you're here. I was wondering when there was an additional high-energy reaction area in the territory." Carrot was surprised to see Evans and took the initiative to talk to him. "Ah, hello." Evans hesitated for a moment. He nodded and greeted him. Even though both of them were members of the Blackstar Corps, they were not members of the Blackstar Corps. However, they didn't interact much with each other and only knew each other's basic information. They were just acquaintances. "What are you doing here?" Evans was curious. "Am I looking for an extreme environment to temper my body? The spaceship sensed a high-energy reaction, so I came over." "So it was you who was training. No wonder." "Oh. So that's how it is." The two of them were not familiar with each other. He braced himself and chatted awkwardly for a while. When he realized that there was nothing to talk about, he gradually fell silent. But no one left. Staring at each other, the atmosphere slowly became strange. Speaking of which, when the two of them were cultivating in seclusion, they had always thought that they were the only seeded contestants who had received special treatment from Blackstar. It was only after they came out of seclusion that they were surprised to learn of Blackstar's existence and realized that they were not the only one. Such a relationship. This caused the two of them to have very subtle thoughts about each other. On one hand, they were curious about each other's background. On the other hand, he was curious about what Blackstar saw in her. This kind of mentality was roughly equivalent to two top students in a class. All of them had received special treatment from their teacher, so they subconsciously developed competitive instincts. After a long time, Carrot coughed dryly. Broke the silence. He tried to speak. "Why don't the two of us practice?" "Sounds good." Evans and Carrot's eyes met in midair, and sparks seemed to fly. Blackstar Corps Headquarters, Fleet Commander's office. Hurles sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looked at the few Sunils in front of him, and pushed the wine glass on the table with his finger. "Drink a little." "No need, Your Excellency Hurles." Hurles did not mind. He sized up the leader of the Sunils, nodded, and said, "You are the leader of the Sunils. You must be this generation's Sunil leader." "Not bad, not bad. The previous leader mentioned you to me before, saying that you are very smart and capable." "You flatter me." The leader nodded. The Sunils were Hurles' race. Ever since the rise of the Blackstar Corps, Hurles, as the earliest elder, had a lot of power, and he had provided a lot of resources to his race within his power. Therefore, every generation of Sunil leaders would come to visit him, and this generation was no exception. "Since you've become the leader, then do your best." Hurles encouraged. He then looked at the few young Sunils behind him, raised his brows, and said, "Don't worry. These are, Your Excellency Hurlus, these are a few young people with potential in my immediate family. They wish to enter the Black Star Corps to train. Please take care of them," the Sunil leader said respectfully. Hurlus sized them up. The youths immediately puffed out their chests and raised their heads nervously. Seeing this, Hurlus shook his head and said, "The army has a new leader. Nero is in charge now, but the standards are still as strict as before. I can make them official members, but whether they can climb up the ranks will depend on their own abilities." "Thank you, Your Excellency." The Sunil leader bowed. Hurlus waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. After a pause, he suddenly changed the topic. "From today onwards, don't come to visit me anymore. It's time for you to be more independent. Leave now." The Sunil leader's body trembled slightly. His expression was complicated, but he did not say anything. He lowered his head and left with his people. After the group left, another person walked in. It was Sylvia. She had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time. "Not bad. You finally decided not to use your position for personal gain," Sylvia teased. "Nonsense. I've always been thinking for the army." Hurlus rolled his eyes. "I'm just joking. But I'm curious. Why aren't you helping the race anymore?" Sylvia blinked. "They can't always rely on me, or they'll become dependent on me sooner or later. After almost 100 years, the habits cultivated by generations have already shown signs of this. I can't just turn a blind eye to it." Hurlus shook his head and said with a deep voice, "Plus, Black Star used to tolerate me, but now that there's someone else in power, I can't be insensible in the future." Sylvia curled her lips and did not say anything. She stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back and looked at the bright galaxy outside. Suddenly, she sighed and said, "In the blink of an eye, it's been 100 years." Hurlus also turned to look outside the window and sighed. "Yes, it's been 100 years. We actually followed Black Star to where we are today. Sometimes, thinking about it, it really feels like a dream. If Black Star didn't invite me back then, I might have spent the rest of my life in my own little tavern. If I didn't meet him." Sylvia paused, shook her head, and said, "Maybe I would have died in some corner of the universe long ago. The life we're living now is not something we could have dreamed of in the past." The two of them looked outside the window quietly and did not say anything else, silently savoring their memories. In the peaceful times, time passed even more quietly. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. On this day, in the joint conference room of the three universal civilizations. Recently, the hearts of the direct beyond grade as have been wavering. The expansion of the Super's Holy Land is too shocking. Fortunately, Clotty, Ulu, and the others have stabilized the situation. Otherwise, there would be another direct descendant who would join the Super's Holy Land. The leaders of the three universal civilizations sighed bitterly. The Super's Holy Land had broken the old pattern. As the original beneficiaries, they naturally could not feel comfortable, but they could only silently endure the waves of impact. Speaking of which, Black Star hasn't appeared recently. Didn't he already complete the Sanctum revival? What has he been busy with recently? The ethereal Pope was curious. Who knows? I can't get any information anyway. Marbruce was helpless. It's not a good idea for him to disappear for so long. If the Star Alliance sends new spies and Black Star happens to not be around, I'm afraid we'll be exposed. Speaking of which, if Black Star is willing to help, as long as he controls the leaders of the Star Alliance, we can win very easily. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to help. With Black Star's personality, there's nothing absolute. I think the price is not enough. As long as we offer some conditions, he should still agree. Makes sense, but his appetite is very big now. We have to think about what chips we can use to move him. Just as the three of them were discussing how to pull Han Xiao to invade the Star Alliance, a remote projection suddenly appeared in the room. It was Han Xiao. The three of them were shocked. Black Star? You're back. Why didn't you inform us? Marbruce was halfway through his sentence when he came back to his senses. He frowned and said unhappily, Hey, you didn't hack the dynasty's database again, did you? Han Xiao ignored Marbruce's dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked at the three of them with a strange gaze and slowly said, I came here to share the sanctum. I'm here this time to share the sanctum's information. Everyone can develop it together. If you're not willing, then I'll leave. The three of them were stunned. Are you serious? Are you really going to bring us along to develop the sanctum? Louis's tone was hesitant and filled with disbelief. He had thought that Black Star was joking. Han Xiao nodded, but he suddenly changed the topic and said in a meaningful tone, but before we work together, I have something to tell you. Don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next. Afraid? The ethereal Pope was a little amused and did not think much of it. We've even experienced an enemy like the World Tree. What else can we be afraid of? Just say it. We've all been through a lot. You won't scare us. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows with a playful expression. Chapter 1472. Alright, what I'm going to say next is the truth about the changes of the entire universe. It's more important than everything you've experienced in the past and now. Let me tell you in advance, if you have any meetings later, cancel them all. Han Xiao saw the disapproving expressions of the three of them and shook his head. His tone was unquestionable. The truth of the universe. Marbruce and the other two looked at each other. Seeing that Han Xiao did not seem to be joking, they could not help but be skeptical. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and summoned a virtual screen. On it was a virtual scene of the birth and death of the universe. He explained, when the universe comes to an end, everything will return to nothingness. Heat death, the Great Collapse, and other phenomena are the end of the universe that many scientists have guessed or foreseen. All kinds of signs and experiments show that these are very likely to be correct doomsday models, but this is only under normal circumstances. However, the direction of our universe doesn't follow the most primitive laws of nature. A long time ago, our universe was modified by an ultimate civilization. The underlying laws of the information form changed. On the day of the end of our universe, what awaits us is not heat death or collapse, but a phenomenon called the Great Reboot. The Great Reboot. The three of them were confused. It was not that the scientific research community did not have similar guesses, but it was not a mainstream theory, and there was no conclusive evidence to support it. Most of the evidence came from some unknown items produced by information form disturbances, such as the virtual mutiny virus, which was suspected to be from a civilization before the Great Reboot. However, it was not enough to be used as irrefutable evidence because it was uncertain if it was a civilization in the unexplored universe or a civilization from an earlier timeline. Therefore, Marbruce and the other two were not unfamiliar with the concept of this term. They were just puzzled as to why Han Xiao was so certain of the existence of the Great Reboot. Han Xiao glanced at the expressions of the three of them and slowly said, The Great Reboot I'm talking about is different from what you guys understand. The transformation of the underlying laws of the universe by the ultimate civilization caused the universe to deviate from the laws of the natural end. Therefore, the time of the end was much earlier. Every Great Reboot is a brand new iteration, and new civilizations reproduce in the universe that has returned to zero. However, due to the greatly shortened development time and other factors, the possibility of the civilizations of each iteration surpassing the ultimate civilization that established the Great Reboot is infinitely lower. So, this is bad news. Marbruce pondered. If that's the case, if all civilizations develop from scratch, won't no one be able to survive the end of the universe and achieve the so-called, what's the popular word again? Transcendence. Han Xiao shook his head. This is what I want to say. Although the Great Reboot has returned the universe to zero, things from different iterations will be passed down to the new iteration through special methods, and this medium is the sanctum that you have been longing for. The three of them were slightly taken aback. Han Xiao continued, the goal of the original ultimate civilization to transform the universe was to continue their civilization through the reboot. They failed, but their efforts were not in vain. The sanctum is the legacy they left behind. It was originally a reserved tinder vault, but during the iterations, a special information mutation appeared and turned into the sanctum of today. This is the only thing known to not disappear in the Great Reboot. The function of the sanctum is to store the information form of every iteration, and during every Great Reboot, a portion of the information will be randomly integrated into the laws of the universe of the new iteration. Therefore, the Great Reboot of the universe will not completely return to zero. Instead, the underlying laws will constantly change in one iteration after another. In this way, the results of each iteration will be passed down to the subsequent iterations. For example, the current secondary dimension world is the legacy of the previous iteration and is not a natural phenomenon. So, what you mean is, the universe we're living in now is not the most primitive universe but a world that has been changed countless times? The sanctum is equivalent to a processing device? Louis asked tentatively. Han Xiao nodded. More or less. Generations of civilizations have treated the sanctum as a breakthrough to survive the Great Reboot, so the sanctum has continuously mutated and developed various new functions. The sanctum revival is just one of them. The most important thing about the sanctum is that it stores all the information of all the civilizations of the past iterations, as well as their last words before the end of the world. It's all for the future generations to refer to. This is a long relay across countless iterations, just for someone to break this cycle one day. Hearing this, the three of them were surprised. Although Han Xiao's tone was very calm, when they thought of the scene of generations of civilizations relaying the same goal, they could not help but be stunned by this magnificent undertaking. However, after 2 seconds, the three of them came back to their senses, and their breathing suddenly became heavy. At this moment, they suddenly realized that if what Black Star said was true, then the information stored in the sanctum of the various iterations was an inestimable amount of wealth. Black Star was holding this wealth alone. If he did not say it, they would not be able to touch it at all. However, instead of developing it himself, he chose to say it. Was he so selfless? It was precisely because they had figured this out that the three of them were even more shocked. They fell silent for a moment, silently digesting the shock in their hearts. After a while, the ethereal Pope said hesitantly, "You want to cooperate with us to develop the sanctum. Is it because you want to survive the Great Reboot? Although what you said just now is indeed shocking, allow me to be frank. The so-called Great Reboot should still be very far away from us, right? Isn't it a little too early to worry about this?" Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled faintly. "You think it's too early? Seeing this, the ethereal Pope could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Could it be that our universe has already reached the end, and the Great Reboot is coming? The other two trembled, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It wasn't easy for us to defeat the World Tree civilization and enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. I didn't expect. Marbruce had mixed feelings. However, Han Xiao shook his head. You're mistaken. It's still early for our iteration to reach the end. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could completely relax, Han Xiao suddenly said something shocking, stunning the three of them. But you've already rebooted. As soon as he finished speaking, the ethereal Pope's body trembled, and his face was filled with shock. What do you mean by that? 4 times. Han Xiao raised 4 fingers and slowly said, Our universe has already been rebooted 4 times. In the previous iteration, you were the ultimate civilization. You activated an information form stripping plan and successfully survived the Great Reboot. However, you did not truly enter the new universe of the next iteration. Instead, you became a sealed dark side universe, circulating and rebooting on your own. In other words, you're all people who have died a few times, but you don't know it yet. The three of them were dumbfounded, and they did not know what to do. Han Xiao had been farming the first sanctum's authority all this time, going in and out. Each time, the time spent was getting shorter and shorter. When his authority reached level 15, the flow of time finally converged. The time ratio between the main universe and the sanctum was 1-to-1, and the contents of the message board were all unlocked. At this point, Han Xiao gradually understood everything. The messages from the 4th to the last paragraph of the sanctum were actually all left behind by the 3 universal civilizations iteration, The Celestial Star Alliance was located in the fifth last paragraph, which was the previous iteration of the three universal civilizations. The fourth last paragraph was the new iteration after the Great Reboot. The three universal civilizations were the ultimate civilizations developed by the new iteration. At that time, there was no such thing as a world tree. The three universal civilizations slowly multiplied and finally successfully discovered the sanctum, understanding all the information about the iterations. Because the plan of the Celestial Star Alliance in the previous iteration was very feasible, the three universal civilizations inherited it and improved it, forming the information form stripping plan. However, the three universal civilizations at that time knew very well that with their accumulation, they did not have absolute confidence in surviving the Great Reboot, so they did not want to put all their eggs in one basket. Therefore, the real goal of this plan was not to completely overcome the Great Reboot but to buy more time for themselves. They stripped the multiverse of the information form and tried to imitate the operation of the Celestial Star Alliance, existing in the form of secondary dimensions and dark-side universes in the new iteration, continuously rebooting. However, the difference was that the three universal civilizations followed the Celestial Star Alliance's train of thought and stood on the shoulders of giants to carry out almost perfect improvements. Thus, they successfully stripped the entire iteration's information form and formed a closed dark-side universe in the next iteration. It existed based on the information form, like a virtual world, parallel development with a faster flow of time. Just like parallel lines, it was difficult to intersect with the real iteration's main universe, and it was difficult to interfere with each other. After Han Xiao learned about the contents of the message board, he sorted out the time relationship. If the Celestial Star Alliance was the first iteration, then the three universal civilizations would be the final civilization of the second iteration. They would activate the information form stripping plan and transform into the dark side universe of the third iteration, and the third iteration would be the current true iteration. It was also here that Han Xiao realized that the sanctum would not actually leave an empty information form shell for the current iteration. There was no such thing as a tombstone. The empty light spheres of the three universal civilizations and the world tree civilization that he had seen in the sanctum were actually remnants of the second iteration. The reason why there was no content inside was because they had been stripped and became the dark side universe of the third iteration. However, the cycle of the dark side universe was not as unchanging as the Celestial Star Alliance. Instead, it formed a small reboot operating law. The three universal civilizations of the second iteration made use of the characteristics of the sanctum to add new laws every time the universe was rebooted, allowing the cycle of the dark side universe to be affected by the sanctum. What was different from the Great Reboot was that every small reboot of the dark side universe did not return to zero but was formed based on an established information form template. In other words, there would definitely be forces such as the three universal civilizations. Before the three universal civilizations came into contact with the sanctum, their development trajectory was basically the same. Han Xiao called this situation the dark side iteration. Therefore, every time the dark side universe was rebooted, it would add a dark side iteration's improvement result. It was just that there was a probability of information form mutation happening. The three universal civilizations used this method to buy time for themselves and obtain more trial and error opportunities. However, this plan could not bring eternity. After calculation, there was a limit to the information form stripping plan. Their dark side universe would at most exist in the third iteration. If there was another great reboot and they entered the fourth iteration, their dark side universe would disappear, unless they could enter the real iteration's main universe from the dark side universe and turn from virtual to real. Therefore, after the three universal civilizations successfully entered the dark side universe, their goal became to break the seal of the dark side universe and return to the real main universe of the third iteration. The third to the first message on the Sanctum's message board represented the three dark side iterations of the dark side universe. Currently, Han Xiao was in the fourth dark side iteration, and these four dark side iterations all happened during the third iteration. Because the Sanctum was not affected by the iterations, the three universal civilizations used the Sanctum's message board to record the experience of every trial and error, allowing the next darkside iterations themselves to improve the route based on the previous experience. They also created some key devices to improve the situation of the next darkside iteration. This was the origin of the world tree. The three universal civilizations added an information form materialization device in the second darkside iteration, the second to last message, but in the third darkside iteration, an information form mutation occurred. It turned from a mechanical device into a world tree with life and went berserk. This was Han Xiao's experience when he was a player in his previous life. In the end, the three universal civilizations of the third darkside iteration still opened the sanctum and understood everything. Thus, they left behind the control valve of the information form materialization device. In the current fourth darkside iteration, an information form mutation occurred and inherited the nature of restraint. The only change was that it became the natural enemy of the world tree, which was the pivotal snake. On the other hand, in the second darkside iteration, the three universal civilizations used the information form materialization device that had yet to mutate and failed in the end. They discovered that the reason was that they lacked a bridge to the true state. Han Xiao also understood the concept of the so-called true state. It actually referred to the information carrier that existed in the real universe of the iteration. In other words, the darkside universe had to form an information connection with the real universe of the iteration and be able to interfere with each other for the information form materialization device to work. Thus, the three universal civilizations of the second darkside iteration carried out a plan to change the underlying laws of the next darkside iteration, causing the two parallel lines of the darkside universe and the real universe of the iteration to shift and eventually intersect. The result was that in the third darkside iteration, the underlying laws of the darkside universe changed, and it successfully projected itself into reality. It successfully obtained a portion of the information carriers of the real universe of the iteration, which was the existence of players. Through the method of logging in, this group of individuals living in the real universe of the iteration transformed their true state into an information form and pulled them into the darkside universe, forming an information intertwining and acting as an information interface. This was what countless players in Han Xiao's previous life had experienced. However, the world tree went berserk in the third darkside iteration. After the world tree war in his previous life, the three universal civilizations obtained the sanctum pathway from the Holy Covenant organization and learned everything. They inherited the foundation of countless civilizations, and their technology improved by leaps and bounds. On a level that the players could not come into contact with, the three universal civilizations formulated a new plan. They gathered the power of civilization and created the control valve of the world tree. At the same time, they reduced the cost of dealing with the world tree's berserk in the fourth darkside iteration. Other than that, due to the player's version update, the three universal civilizations of the third darkside iteration felt that this form of true state bridge was not stable enough, so they decided to spend a huge amount of resources to strengthen the true state connection in the next darkside iteration. Because the darkside universe and the real universe of the iteration had already formed a preliminary information interference, the three universal civilizations decided to build a stable interference bridge instead of intermittent like logging in. The only targets they could choose were these information individual records that had already logged into the darkside universe. Thus, they randomly selected targets and completely entered the darkside universe, forming a stable connection. As long as this train of thought was correct, the darkside universe could be reversed through this interference bridge, transforming from the information form to the true state, escaping the seal, and returning to the real universe of the iteration. To put it in a better way, it was like installing a loading pack for the so-called reality. The content inside included the entire darkside universe and the entire galaxy world. This was the truth that Han Xiao knew from the sanctum. As for what happened after that, there was no record of it on the sanctum's message board. After learning all of this, he had a rough guess of what happened after that. He suspected that the reason he was reborn was actually because he was randomly selected to become a stable interference bridge that strengthened the information entanglement between the darkside universe and the real universe of the iteration. His information form had been completely captured, and he had come to this darkside universe from reality. Therefore, his reality had disappeared, and there was no more information about him. Han Xiao suspected that this was the reason why he had not seen his other self who should be a player all these years. As for the fourth Darkside iteration of the Darkside universe, it caused the time of the real universe to go back 10 years. There were no records or explanations on the message board. Han Xiao did not know the reason, but he guessed that it was because when the third Darkside iteration captured him, the information interference with the real universe of the iteration deepened, so it affected the other party's time. However, he did not know if this was a universal reversal of time or a small-scale change. However, from another perspective, this was also proof that the Darkside universe's idea of using the true state to create information entanglement was correct. It could already produce substantial changes to the real universe of the iteration. Han Xiao had roughly pieced together all the causes and effects through the Sanctum records and his own guesses. In his opinion, the reliability of this series of guesses was more than 70%. Han Xiao hid a portion of his speculations and explained the secrets to them. After hearing all of this, Ma Bruce, Louis, and the ethereal Pope only had shock and disbelief left on their faces. They looked at Han Xiao blankly with their mouths slightly agape. They were completely dumbfounded. The ethereal Pope was dumbfounded. Although they were the leaders of the three universal civilizations and had seen countless storms, the information that Han Xiao had given them was already beyond their acceptable range. Their brains short-circuited. After a long time, Ma Bruce turned to look at Louis and said hesitantly, that. Do you understand? Wait for me to think about it. Ma Bruce replied blankly. I participated in the event in Hainan and finished a little late. I finished writing a little late today. Thank you to the leader of the writer's assistant for the 100,000 reward. End of chapter. Chapter 1473. The three of them digested it for a while before they finally understood the information that Han Xiao had revealed. Louis was a little hesitant. Blackstar, you're not tricking us, are you? Unfortunately, not this time. Han Xiao shrugged. Ma Bruce had a strange expression as he pondered and said, in other words, we're all people who have died and been reborn several times. It's equivalent to being trapped in a sealed secondary dimension, and our final goal is to break through this secondary dimension and return to the main universe. Although the difference is quite big, you can understand it that way. Han Xiao blinked. What you mean is that everything that our civilization has experienced from nothing is destined to happen. It has already happened several times, and it was personally created by us in the past. That's more or less it. Han Xiao nodded. Wait for me to calm down. The ethereal Pope pressed his forehead and felt his blood pressure soaring. Suddenly being hit by so much information, the three of them felt that their worldview had been shattered. In front of such a situation, they realized that all the political and military issues they usually considered were insignificant. So, we're that powerful, Ma Bruce muttered with shock still on his face. Han Xiao mercilessly interrupted his imagination. It's not you guys who are powerful, but the ultimate three universal civilizations. Compared to your peak selves in the past, you guys are just three younger brothers. Don't flatter the current three universal civilizations. Without me, you guys would still know nothing. The three of them felt a little hurt. Although this is the truth, can't you let us indulge in our fantasies for a while? However, no matter what, after suddenly learning these secrets, the three of them still had an inexplicable mentality, and they felt that their backs were straighter. Blackstar, you really gave us a shock. Ma Bruce smiled bitterly. My mind is in a mess now. I don't know what to do. Han Xiao raised his brows and joked, didn't you say you've seen a lot? Have you seen this before? I think we should talk about how to break the seal of the Darkside universe and return to the real universe. The ethereal hierarch's face darkened. He quickly changed the topic, not wanting to admit that he had been careless. However, Han Xiao did not answer directly. He changed the topic and said slowly, I know that you guys still have some doubts in your hearts and think that I'm making this up. When you enter the sanctum and confirm that the information I've provided is correct, we'll talk about what to do next. By the way, Let me remind you that you need permission to read the messages of the iterations in the sanctum. The first time you enter, you can only know the basic situation at most, which is information about the iterations, the great reboot, and so on. As for information about the dark side iterations and the cycle restarting, you won't be able to see them for the time being. I only found out about these things after I fully unlocked my permission. Oh, so that's how it is. The three of them had not witnessed the effects of the sanctum with their own eyes, so they could only listen obediently to Han Xiao's explanation. However, they mostly believed him because there was no need for Black Star to lie to them about something that could be easily verified. However, the three of them still felt an itch in their hearts. This feeling was like watching a suspense movie. They had only watched the beginning, and Black Star knew all the details but did not tell them who the murderer was. This made them very curious. However, the three of them still had concerns and did not dare to completely believe what Han Xiao said. They would only be at ease after entering the sanctum and taking a look. I'll send you the way to enter the sanctum later. I'll also synthesize 3 sanctum keys for you guys. You guys can go in yourselves, lest you say that I did something. Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually. Only he could quickly generate the sanctum keys. Even the 3 universal civilizations, who were rich in resources, needed time to collect materials. Therefore, without his help, the 3 universal civilizations would not be able to enter and leave the sanctum frequently. This was also why he had the confidence to control the sanctum, so he did not mind letting the 3 universal civilizations enter the sanctum. That's the best. The 3 of them hurriedly nodded like obedient children. All right. Then you guys digest the truth of the universe iterations first. I won't disturb you guys anymore. I'll send you the information later. Han Xiao nodded and hung up. The remote projection disappeared, and Ma Bruce and the other 2 looked at each other with different expressions. I didn't expect Black Star to bring such information. If what he said is true, then we'll have to replan our future development. That's right. If the situation is true, then there's no point in us developing peacefully here. We have to break through fate and fulfill the wishes of our previous lives to enter the so-called real universe. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's start from the beginning. The 3 of them gathered their heads together and discussed intensely. Super's Holy Land, Leader's Office. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he returned to his room. Complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. He had pretended to be confident in front of the 3 universal civilizations, but in fact, when he found out the truth from the sanctum, he was also shocked, but it also solved his doubts for many years. In fact, Han Xiao still had many secret guesses that he had not told the 3 universal civilizations rulers earlier. For example, the existence of the interface. In his opinion, there were 3 possibilities. Firstly, the interface was a special product formed when the true state of the iterated universe was transformed into the information state of the darkside universe. It was like a high-dimensional object that had a special advantage when it descended to a low-dimensional world. It was like a piece of paper that humans could see through at a glance, or it was a part of the information that low-dimensional worlds could not express. The second possibility was a product of information mutation. The third guess was that the 3 universal civilizations of the second darkside iteration projected the information collection of the darkside universe into the real universe and pulled the true state through logging in. The interface was a necessary medium to complete this step. It could be considered a special tractor or recorder, so it might have been specially created by the 3 universal civilizations in the past to ensure that the true state remained in the darkside universe for a long time. However, no matter which one it was, the interface was unique to the darkside universe and could not enter the real universe. The evidence that Han Xiao deduced this was that the interface would disappear when he entered the sanctum. Because the sanctum did not only exist in the darkside universe, the interface lost its effect there. Han Xiao also had some guesses about his special interface. In his opinion, this was either a life guarantee that the 3 universal civilizations of the third darkside iteration deliberately created for the information individual who had completely entered the darkside universe in order to build a stable interference bridge, ensuring that he could live stably in the dark side universe and reduce the chances of him dying due to various accidents, or it was the result of the information mutation of the normal interface after the dark side iteration. According to the various performances of the interface, Han Xiaoxin was more inclined to the former. When the interface triggered a mission, it would often reveal more information in the mission introduction. Because the development trajectory of the dark side universe was almost fixed, it was completely possible for the three universal civilizations of the third dark side iteration to improve the interface to such a profit function. Of course, it did not rule out the possibility that their own interface had the hidden principle of monitoring the entire dark side universe. In addition, when the players went online, true state intervention, he could only enter the player forums through the interface and spy on the information exchange of a group of true states. During the version update period, the forums were also frozen for him. From this point of view, the special interface on his body was indeed an important medium and channel to communicate with the true states. This reminded Han Xiao of the two information threads he saw on the interface when he used the information form obliteration vision. One was connected to him, while the other extended infinitely. Now that he thought about it, this end represented the connection of the entire dark side universe. This seemed to support this idea. On the other hand, Han Xiao also speculated on the principle of the flow of time in the version update. In the mainstream scientific theory of the galaxy, time was relative and not absolute. From this point of view, and based on the contents of the Sanctum message board, he felt that the time of the dark side universe and the real universe had nothing to do with each other. There was only a difference in relative speed. The real universe was the foundation of the third iteration, and the dark side universe had to be attached to it. However, the relative time flow of the dark side universe was faster, and the two sides did not affect each other. However, when the players went online and caused the dark side universe and the real universe to be entangled, the time flow of both sides would be embedded. The time of the dark side universe and the real universe would flow at a stable ratio, which was 1:6. The reason behind this was that the real universe was still in the dominant position, and the players whose foundation existed in the real universe would not be affected in the reverse direction. When the true states of the players who temporarily logged in disappeared, the degree of information interference plummeted. Thus, the time flow of the dark side universe was disconnected from the real universe. The form of this conjecture was that the version update only took 1 or 2 days for the players, but many years had passed in the galaxy world. Han Xiao felt that this possibility was not small. He even suspected that starting from the second dark side iteration, the frequent information mutation of the dark side universe was very likely caused by the introduction of the true state in the third dark side iteration. If the real universe and the sanctums were regarded as higher dimensional existences, then the projection would be distorted and distortion would occur, causing the information materialization device of the third dark side iteration to become the world tree, and the control valve of the fourth dark side iteration to become the pivotal snake. Other than this reason, perhaps the dark side universe is the same as the celestial star alliance dimension. Only an external information carrier can greatly change the development trajectory, bring new variables, and add accidents. Even if the dark side universe is not a rigid cycle, it might still need such a variable. Han Xiao's eyes changed. Although many of these theories were guesses that he had deduced based on the truth revealed by the sanctums, he felt that the possibility was very high. Even if this is a long relay that crosses iterations, every civilization definitely wants to be the last one. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, every civilization wants to continue. No one wants to go extinct. It's understandable for the three universal civilizations to do so, but Han Xiao shook his head with complicated feelings. If all his deductions were correct, then he was the hope of the entire dark side universe. However, to him, this was a multiple choice question. Chapter 1474. CHA, Han Xiao opened the cabinet and took out an unopened box of Red Empire cigarettes. He tore open the packaging and took out a black cigarette wrapped in golden patterns. He rubbed it with his finger, and electric sparks flashed. He lit it up, put it in his mouth, and slowly took a puff. Green smoke rose and covered his complicated expression. His disappointed eyes were faintly discernible in the smoke. Ever since he entered the galaxy, Han Xiao had basically stopped smoking. He had not tasted cigarettes for nearly 100 years, but today, he lit one. This was not an easy choice. If his hometown was the real universe of the current iteration, then once the dark side universe returned, it would be like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. Countless powerful civilizations would sweep through the galaxy. Han Xiao did not know if there were any advanced civilizations in the real universe of the current iteration because his hometown was only a surface civilization and could not explore the entire universe. However, as an information interface, his hometown would definitely be the first to welcome the change. To his hometown, he did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The only thing he could be sure of was that his hometown would definitely not be able to develop freely. It would definitely be interfered with by advanced civilizations, just like the various small civilizations and surface civilizations in the Galactic Society. However, the three universal civilizations, who had already gone through 4 dark side iterations, were already half a step into the real universe. They were only one step away from the Great Reboot. This was the final dream passed down by the final civilizations after countless iterations. Now that he had the ability to help them succeed, was he going to sit back and watch the efforts of the 3 universal civilizations go to waste? Or was he going to give them the final boost? Although Han Xiao was conflicted, he knew that he already had an answer in his heart. Revealing the information about the sanctums to the 3 universal civilizations was to help him make up his mind not to look back. This was a great undertaking of countless iterations. It was a great honor for him to be one of them. In addition, this was also related to the survival of a universe. The time he had lived in the Galactic Society had long exceeded the length of his life in the real universe. It was impossible to say that he did not have any feelings for the Galactic Society. Furthermore, with Han Xiao's current experience, he felt that the possibility of his hometown becoming the final civilization of the current iteration was slim. Perhaps even becoming a star system civilization was an extravagant hope, and the future was bleak. In the middle of the 21st century before he entered the dark side universe, the social problems in his hometown were already very acute. Like a train that had been overloaded for many years, all kinds of failures followed one after another. Due to the complicated geopolitical situation, the entire civilization wasted and squandered precious birthplace resources, and the efficiency of resource utilization was low. There were many problems that could only be solved before entering the interstellar era to minimize the cost. His home planet had not formed a highly efficient collective consciousness when the technology level was still low. Once such an opportunity was missed, it would be hard to see it again. As the saying went, a small boat was easier to turn around, but the larger the size, the harder it would be to turn back. Any slight movement could trigger an internal crisis that could destroy the entire civilization. Although there might be a turnaround in his hometown in the future, according to the trend before Han Xiao entered the dark side universe, the development of his hometown was really precarious and barely surviving when analyzed on the scale of civilization and the universe. Therefore, after the birth of the virtual network in his previous life, it quickly became a haven for countless people to escape from reality. Based on this trend, the final outcome of his hometown might be natural death, or it might be destroyed or captured by an unknown foreign civilization. In his eyes, most of the areas in his hometown did not have the potential to become a universe overlord, unless there were no competitors. However, due to the existence of the sanctum, this was obviously impossible. Therefore, Han Xiao felt that since it was difficult for his hometown to become the winner of a single iteration, when the conversion of the dark side universe was completed, it would also bring with it a successful plan to survive the Great Reboot, bringing with it countless resources and technology. The final civilization of the current iteration might not have grown up yet, and the 3 universal civilizations would most likely replace it and rule it for a long time. This was somewhat unfair to the civilization of the current iteration, but in this regard, civilizations would not be modest. It was difficult for the weak to choose their own fate. Of course, it was not impossible to rule out the possibility that a strong civilization already existed in the real universe, but the civilization level of his hometown was too low to know. In addition, Han Xiao felt that coming to the dark side universe seemed to be the credit of the 3 universal civilizations, so he should return the favor. In the end, I still have my own selfish motives. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly shook his head with a self-deprecating tone. He had never thought of himself as a selfless person. Apart from these concerns that involved the overall situation, there were also personal reasons that made him choose to convert the dark side universe. He seemed to have used up all his luck to become the stable interference bridge that was randomly selected. If he stood by and did nothing, the dark side universe would only experience another cycle of rebooting, and it might not have much of an impact here. However, in the next dark side iteration, the dark side universe would pull in a new true state carrier and become a new stable interference bridge to replace him. Due to his special identity, Han Xiao could not guarantee that he would become a member of the dark side universe's cycle of development after the dark side iteration. Becoming a transcendent might not necessarily mean transcending the iterations. The little reboot of the dark side universe might still make him disappear. Instead of saying that his choice was saving the dark side universe, it was better to say that he was saving himself. Therefore, this might be his only chance, and Han Xiao did not want to take the risk. Phew. So this is a full-scale invasion. Thinking of this, Han Xiaoshan calmed down and stopped smoking. He put out the cigarette that was only 1/3 burnt in the ashtray without hesitation. A few days later, in a military-restricted area in the central galaxy, 3 small spaceships hovered outside the bastion, ready to set off. In the military command tower at the side, the remote projections of the 3 universal civilizations' rulers stood in front of the window, staring at the 3 spaceships outside with nervous and expectant expressions. The operators in the room were adjusting the parameters in front of the instruments. At this moment, Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the room, attracting the attention of the 3 of them. "How's the preparation? We've already filled the sanctum key into the synthesis device according to the method you provided to open the sanctum. We're just waiting for it to be used," Ma Bruce immediately replied. Han Xiao nodded. "What about the candidates to enter the sanctum?" Louis said with a deep voice, "We've all chosen an elite spaceship. Their loyalty is reliable. Ulu will lead me, and Clotty will lead the Red Empire." Han Xiao looked at the ethereal Pope. "What about you? Are you letting Warnos lead?" "I originally planned to let Warnos enter the sanctum, but he happened to leave some time ago, so I didn't choose him and found another direct descendant." The ethereal Pope shook his head. "Is that so? Then he left at a really bad time." Han Xiao's expression was a little strange. Due to the fact that the sanctum authority needed to be accumulated, he did not know if the Arcane Church would still let Warnos become a sanctum explorer again when he returned. Well, he had missed out on another great benefit. He always felt that he would miss out on anything good. This guy was really unlucky. Seeing that Han Xiao did not say anything, Louis said, "If there's nothing else to ask, shall we begin?" "Go ahead, I'll watch from here." Han Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Ma Bruce nodded and gave the order in the command channel. Very soon, a few rays of light shot out from the military fortress and gathered in midair, slowly turning into 3 sanctum passageways. The sanctum keys provided by Han Xiao led to different sanctums. At this time, they opened together, and the 3 universal civilizations each entered one. Han Xiao had seen this scene many times, so he did not have much of a reaction. However, the 3 universal civilizations' leaders widened their eyes and stared at the changes in the scenery outside the window, as if they wanted to remember all the details of the sanctum passageway. The next moment, the 3 spaceships started and drove into different sanctum passageways. Then, the light of the sanctum spun and shrank, disappearing from everyone's sight. Only at this moment did the 3 universal civilizations' leaders relax. They heaved a sigh of relief, and their hearts were filled with anticipation and anxiety. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen to the 3 teams on their trip to the sanctum, or that they would not bring back the information they wanted. It's their first time entering the sanctum, so their authority is very low. The difference in the flow of time is very big, so it will take them a long time to return. Han Xiao explained. Ma Bruce nodded absent-mindedly. Suddenly, He thought of something and turned to Han Xiao. Since it will take them a long time to return, let's not wait for them during this time. We might as well use it to solve some important problems. Han Xiao raised his brows. What do you want to do? Ma Bruce pondered and said, originally, we wanted to wait until the Galactic Society recovered most of its vitality before launching a military operation against the Star Alliance, but the information you brought overturned our strategic plan, so I feel that it's better to solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. However, we alone can't solve the war with the highest efficiency, so you want to ask for my help? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and continued. That's what I meant. Ma Bruce quickly nodded. Han Xiao turned to look at the other two. You guys have the same idea? I hope Your Excellency Blackstar can help. Louis and the ethereal sect leader nodded calmly. Ever since they knew the truth about the iterations of the universe, their mentality had been quite carefree. They were all in the same boat, and helping each other was helping themselves. They were no longer as reserved as before, and they were just short of hugging Han Xiao's thigh and calling him daddy. You guys are really not polite. Let me study it. Looking at the three of them, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He originally did not want to interfere in this matter, but then again, with the current situation, if he did not settle the Star Alliance as soon as possible, there would be more variables in the dark side universe conversion plan. It was indeed not good. Han Xiao thought for a moment and said slowly, of course, it would be best if we could solve this problem with less bloodshed. I hope that my intervention can make them accept the reality faster. P.S. I just want to be self-reliant, by Mid-Autumn Moonming. Chapter 1475. What? Blackstar and the three universal civilizations have reached a private agreement to develop the Sanctum together. The Star Arc leader's surprised voice sounded in the Supercluster Alliance's conference room. A civilization leader nodded with a solemn expression. I received some news. Blackstar seems to have really shared the information of the Sanctum with the three universal civilizations. Is the news reliable? The Star Arc leader's expression became serious. It's very credible. Hearing this, the expressions of the Supercluster leaders changed. The three universal civilizations did not hide Blackstar's sharing of the Sanctum. This was not a secret that could not be found out, but they did not announce it to the public. After knowing the current situation, they did not have the intention to do so for the time being. Otherwise, they would have publicized it in order to increase their reputation. The composition of the three Sanctum keys that Han Xiao had given out, as well as the purpose and method of entering the Sanctum, were the secrets that the three universal civilizations kept. Outsiders could not find out, so the Supercluster Alliance only knew the surface of the cooperation between the two sides to develop the Sanctum, but they did not know the specific reasons and details. This is really strange. The three universal civilizations, the Super's Holy Land, and us are already in a tripartite situation. The Sanctum is the core competitiveness of the Super's Holy Land. Isn't Blackstar helping the enemy? What does he mean? The Star Arc leader's face was filled with confusion. Indeed, I don't understand either. Why would Blackstar need to share the Sanctum with the three universal civilizations? Another civilization leader was confused. In the past, when the Beyond Grades were still in the association, they did not share the information of the Sanctum in the face of the suppression of the three universal civilizations. Now, the Super's Holy Land is already a giant organization. They are not inferior to the three universal civilizations at all. Why would they give out the information of the Sanctum? Could it be that the three universal civilizations have something on them? I don't think Blackstar can be threatened by the three universal civilizations. There must be other reasons. Blackstar might have other motives. We can't even rule out the possibility of them reaching a deep strategic cooperation. The World Tree has already been dealt with. What other strategic cooperation can they have? Could it be that they are fighting that third-party spy? But is there a need for that? Be it the three universal civilizations or Blackstar himself, they can deal with that Star Alliance alone, right? At this time, one of the civilization leaders hesitated and said carefully, Have you ever considered that they might be working together to deal with us? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a long while, the Star Arc leader swallowed his saliva and probed, I don't think it's possible. We're the lubricant between them. They probably won't join forces to deal with us. I don't think so. Someone worriedly disagreed. Could it be that our attitude of waiting for the best offer is too blatant and has angered both of them? Hearing this, everyone panicked and didn't know what to do. After the post-war situation was established, they circled around between the three universal civilizations and the Super's Holy Land, jumping around repeatedly to maintain the balance. Originally, according to the initial analysis, the three universal civilizations needed to form an alliance with them to keep the Super's Holy Land in check. Therefore, they would definitely change their ways and take out a lot of benefits to rope them in. The initial trend was the same. They were finally no longer suppressed and had the space to develop freely. They used an alternative method to achieve their original motive for migrating. Logically speaking, if not for the rise of the Super's Holy Land, the supercluster would not have been able to do as they wished. Black Star had contributed to this, but due to the balance of power, they could not lean too close to the Super's Holy Land. Otherwise, the three universal civilizations would definitely explode. Therefore, they had no choice but to temporarily put aside the deep alliance agreement with Black Star and turn it into a shallow cooperation. The Super's Holy Land did not say anything about this. They even specially called Black Star to apologize, and the other party expressed that he did not mind. Therefore, the Supercluster Alliance had always been very at ease and felt that there was no problem with this route. They hoped to maintain a good working relationship with both sides. However, now that Black Star and the three universal civilizations had done this, they immediately lost confidence. This feeling was like there were two enemies who did not deal with each other, and he maintained a good relationship with both of them. As the glue of the three of them, he let everyone play together. However, one day, the two enemies suddenly reconciled and put their arms around each other's shoulders. They actually did not bring him along to play, and he became the third person who was isolated. This was very uncomfortable. I think we still need to analyze it, but we can't rule out that there's such a factor at play. We need to think about our attitude towards the Super's Holy Land and the three universal civilizations. We can't be too cold, the Star Arc leader said with a heavy tone. The more the upper echelons of the supercluster thought about it, the more they felt guilty. They were paranoid and scared themselves. In the unexplored universe, the capital of the Star Alliance. Ever since the World Tree fully invaded, the situation of the three universal civilizations has become more and more difficult. In nearly 2 years, they have already lost nearly 6% of their territory. Originally, I thought that they would be able to hold on for a few decades, but it seems like I overestimated them. The three universal civilizations can't resist the attack of the World Tree at all. With this trend, the three universal civilizations will definitely be completely defeated in 5 to 6 years, or even 13 to 14 years. In the conference room, the leader of the Star Alliance and the leaders of the allied civilizations all had smiles on their faces. The room was filled with joy. In the past year or so, when the World Tree invaded the Galactic Society, they had been living a very happy life. Even their walking was light. Every time they finished reading the battle report sent by the spies, they would look forward to the next one because it was always full of surprises. The more miserable the Galactic Society was, the happier they would be. The leader of the Star Alliance knocked on the table and said with a smile, "In the past year or so, the three universal civilizations have almost been completely defeated by the World Tree." Black Star was ambushed and heavily injured, exceeding the upper limit of his indestructible body. He had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep and slowly recuperate. Therefore, the Sanctum revival has been temporarily stopped. According to the intelligence, he is now the spiritual pillar of the Galactic Society against the foreign enemies. Once Black Star fell, the morale of the Galactic Alliance army collapsed, and they were forced to retreat on the battlefield. Therefore, it's obvious that without Black Star, the Galactic Alliance army is just a bunch of mobs. Hihi, not bad, not bad. The leader of the Law civilization, Savins, chuckled. Furthermore, the previous 2 battle reports said that the mother planets of the 3 universal civilizations were frequently attacked, and they had no choice but to let the upper echelons take refuge. During the voyage, the spaceship of the Red Empire was ambushed on a large scale, and the current leader, Ma Bruce, was cut in half at the waist. The previous ruler of the empire, Uranril, was captured by the members of the World Tree. It is said that the national pillar, Clotty, was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of his head. He went to save her alone and was captured in the end. However, his will was firm. Therefore, the World Tree gathered the members and violated Uranril in front of him again and again, destroying Clotty's will. Only then did the World Tree devour him and turn him into a slave. Speaking of which, the peak beyond grade as of the Galactic Society are either dead or injured. Manason's main body of the Mecha Empire was exposed and turned into a slave by the World Tree. All of his assets were used against the enemy. Kasui's mind was shattered and he became a fool. Warnos was forced to participate in the battle, and the ethereal national treasure was almost shattered. These battle reports were all made up by the spies who had already rebelled under the orders of Han Xiao. He had even added a lot of personal information into it. It was quite exciting. As for the people involved in the battle reports, they did not know anything. They did not know that Han Xiao was making up stories about them. The members of the Star Alliance talked about the good news in the previous battle reports with great interest. They could not wait to see the miserable lives of the people of the Galactic Society with their own eyes and laugh to their heart's content. Everyone chatted and laughed for a while. The leader of the Star Alliance restrained his expression, knocked on the table, and said seriously, "Although the defeat of the 3 universal civilizations is a foregone conclusion, we have finally eliminated a huge threat and a competitor. However, the World Tree is a new threat. When the war ends, we still need to pay attention to the World Tree." Savins immediately agreed. That's right. The failure of the 3 universal civilizations has already proven how terrifying they are. Even if we develop to the height of the 3 universal civilizations, we will not be their match. But time is on our side. As long as we continue to develop, sooner or later, just as the leader of the Star Alliance was about to look forward to the future to cheer everyone on, the conference room was suddenly knocked open. Bang! A secretary rushed in anxiously. His expression was extremely anxious, and there was a strong sense of panic in his eyes. "Leaders, something bad has happened. Traces of the World Tree army have been found in our territory. The World Tree is attacking." "What? Hualala." The expressions of all the upper echelons of the Star Alliance present changed drastically, and they all stood up. Monster Synthesis Master, written by Zhuge Wanjuan. The theme is quite interesting. Description: Link, by accident, joined the ranks of the Starting Point army. Returning to the virtual reality MMORPG Destiny half a year ago, he became a nameless NPC in the game. Surrounded by dangers, he accidentally activated an artifact that can synthesize monsters. Gold, plus, mouse, equals, treasure-seeking mouse, metal, plus, desert ant nest, equals, silver undead marching ant, meteorite, plus, rotten blue whale, equals, biochemical metal leviathan. Thus, a monster synthesis master was born. Link had the villain on his left and the player on his right. He was having a lot of fun harvesting leeks. 6 years later, Link drove his super fortress and looked at the Starlight Devourer, Magic Energy Phoenix, Zerg Queen that he had personally created. He wanted to cry but had no tears. 3 years after 3 years. Paul the Great, if you still don't appear, I will be treated as a boss by the players. End of chapter. Chapter 1476. In the Star Alliance, in the Margas star system. A long and narrow spatial rift traversed the starry sky like a knife cutting open the stomach of the universe. Endless green tides sprayed out from within. Countless World Tree battleships flew out of the wormhole, forming an army. They turned into dense streams of light and scattered in all directions, attacking the planets on the star map. The World Tree fleet traveled extremely quickly. Not long after, A bustling planet appeared in front of them. The defense forces of this planet had already risen into the sky and were distributed in outer space, ready to defend against the invasion. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the distance. A huge fleet of starships covered in starlight rapidly approached. The outer armor of the spaceships was engraved with the mark of the Star Alliance. This was the rapid support team that the military had sent out urgently. They happened to be stationed in the nearby military fortress and were in charge of maintaining the security in the area. In the flagship of the Star Alliance's rapid support team, the middle-aged commander with a strong temperament gripped the edge of the table tightly with both hands. He gritted his teeth and looked out of the window at the enemy that was countless times more numerous than him. His heart was filled with despair as he said in a hoarse voice, "Detachment 17 and 18, land and immediately organize the people to board the ships and escape. As for the rest, attack. Stall for time." As soon as the order was given, the rapid support team did not stop and immediately launched an attack on the incoming World Tree. Facing an opponent that they could not match, the Star Alliance fleet still counterattacked. This scene was very tragic. It was like a lone army with no help, enduring the encirclement of countless enemies. However, even though they were solemn and stirring, the difference in strength would not be shortened because of this. Their fearlessness could not stop the spread of the rolling green tide. The world-ending green tide did not stop and easily drowned the armed fleet. The counterattack of the Star Alliance fleet only caused a small splash before disappearing into the endless green tide. Roots tore through the sky and stabbed into this bustling city planet. They were like straws, devouring the matter and energy inside and turning them into their own nourishment. In the flagship of this World Tree fleet, the Heart Tree King looked down at the planet. His eyes lit up, and his vast psychic power covered the entire planet. He hypnotized all the living beings to give up on escaping and take the initiative to enter the roots, becoming a member of the World Tree. Seeing the last few Star Alliance battleships explode into pieces under the focus fire of the World Tree fleet, the Heart Tree King shook his head. It's just a futile struggle. He turned his head to look at the countless soldiers in the cabin and saw that every one of them had a fanatical look on their faces. War was what they were best at. Sensing the gaze of the Heart Tree King, everyone raised their arms and shouted, "For the Mother Tree! For the Father!" After Black Star subdued the World Tree, he became the Father God in the hearts of all the members of the World Tree, and his will was above the Mother Tree. Heart Tree King also silently muttered before retracting his gaze and looking at the starlight in the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the endless distance and lock onto the mother planet of the Star Alliance. Star Alliance Capital, Joint Conference Room. Unlike the joyous atmosphere a few days ago, the room was now filled with a gloomy fog, filled with fear, despair, anxiety, and other negative feelings. Over the past few days, news of the World Tree's invasion had exploded all over the country. It was as if the entire Star Alliance was in danger overnight, and countless planets had fallen. All the higher-ups of the Star Alliance present were no longer as high-spirited as they were a few days ago. At this moment, their expressions were haggard, and their clothes were in disarray. They basically did not sleep or rest for the past few days as they argued fiercely again and again. Isn't the World Tree civilization still at war with the three universal civilizations? Why did they invade us silently? The leader of the Star Alliance frowned. He looked tired, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Savins trembled slightly and said with a trembling voice, "Could it be that the World Tree civilization feels that they have already crippled the three universal civilizations and wants to fight on two fronts? What should we do?" The upper echelons of the Star Alliance frowned. They thought that the three universal civilizations were still fighting to the death with the World Tree, but because they had discovered their location, they had taken out a portion of their troops to fight them together. This feeling was like eating someone else's melon happily, but suddenly eating it themselves. They were dumbfounded. What else can we do? Since the World Tree is here, we can only resist. Someone slammed the table to hide the fear in his heart. As soon as he said that, someone objected loudly. What's there to fight for? Even the three universal civilizations are no match for the World Tree. They were crippled in a few years. We can't defend our own territories at all. We should quickly migrate the refugees, preserve the fire seed, and abandon our territory. How can we do that? We still have the strength to fight. The world tree is wreaking havoc in our territory. As long as we send reinforcements, we will definitely be able to repel the world tree, another person said with a deep voice. Bullsh *T. We don't even have enough troops, why should we help you? Another person shouted. This argument immediately ignited the fuse. Everyone's emotions had been like a spring that had been suppressed to the extreme in the past few days. This time, all the dissatisfaction in their hearts erupted, and they were directly divided into two groups. One side wanted to fight, while the other wanted to escape. The argument was extremely intense. If not for the fact that most of the people present were remote projections, everyone would have rolled up their sleeves and started fighting. The Star Alliance was formed by more than 40 civilizations. They were not united in the first place, and they each had their own interests. Usually, they could gather together, but facing the pressure of a powerful enemy invasion, internal differences immediately erupted. The opinions of the various member states could not be unified. Some of the upper echelons of the civilizations who did not agree with causing trouble could no longer hold back and started complaining loudly. Everyone, calm down, calm down. We still have other ways. We can't resist the world tree by ourselves, but since the three universal civilizations are in the same situation as us, maybe we can take the initiative to communicate with them and work together to fight the enemy. As for our previous schemes, we can temporarily put them aside. The most important thing is to defeat the world tree together. They will definitely know the severity of the matter. In the future, we will settle the score with the three universal civilizations. We can only talk about our own future. The leader of the Star Alliance suggested loudly, trying his best to ease the atmosphere. However, it was useless. Everyone was speechless at his suggestion and turned a deaf ear to it. They continued to argue, and the situation was getting out of control. In the past, the members of the Star Alliance would not have disrespected him like this, but now that the various civilizations were on the verge of death, no one took him seriously anymore. Everyone had a huge argument, and many people were furious. They stopped nagging and went offline. They did not plan to listen to the Star Alliance's orders anymore and decided to fly away separately. Not long after, there was only chicken feathers left in the conference room. The leader of the Star Alliance sat alone in his seat, his heart filled with bitterness. After the argument broke out in the upper echelons, the leaders of the civilizations did not hesitate to issue orders. They did not listen to the Star Alliance's orders at all and packed their resources and population. They hurriedly started to migrate and escape, preparing to escape the Star Alliance's territory and enter the unexplored universe. Originally, although most of the civilizations were angry and panicked, they had not made up their minds to abandon their homes. However, when they saw someone decisively running away, they immediately became anxious. Everyone else had already run away. If they did not follow, wouldn't they be staying behind to help others? How could this be? A chain reaction happened very quickly. One Star Alliance member after another did not dare to delay and started to migrate and escape, no longer caring about the Star Alliance's agreement. When these member states did not listen to the orders, the Star Alliance's mechanism was quickly paralyzed. The huge Star Alliance seemed to have broken up overnight, and the fleets of the various civilizations started to flee and part ways. In the past, many Star Alliance members would not easily disobey the Star Alliance's orders, or they would be isolated by others. However, they did not care so much now. The World Tree was attacking, and the Star Alliance had different opinions. This allied universal civilization was destined to fall apart. Everyone did not plan to wait for death. They only wanted to die instead of dying. This was Han Xiao's deliberate plan. The weakness of the Star Alliance's organizational structure was too obvious. There were too many interests, and they did not have a leading civilization that had the absolute advantage. They barely managed to gather, and their opinions could not be completely unified. Usually, the members of the Star Alliance had their misgivings, but once an existential crisis broke out, it would definitely be difficult for them to unite. There was an 80% chance that they would split up. As long as this collective will was broken up, the Star Alliance would be like a small giant being dismembered. Its resistance would plummet by several levels, and it would basically lose most of its fighting spirit. Back then, the Star Alliance had secretly leaked information to cause internal conflicts in the Galactic Society. Han Xiao's action was also to give them a taste of their own medicine. He used a method of dividing and dissolving, causing internal conflicts in the other party. The spaceport on the Law Civilization's mother planet was already packed with people. Anti-gravity transport vehicles transported batches of resources onto the fleet, and countless panic-stricken people lined up to board the ships under the orders of the armed soldiers. No matter how anxious they were, they could only suppress their emotions and obediently listen to the orders. Not long ago, a group of people wanted to start a riot, but they were directly suppressed by iron and blood and executed on the spot. The blood had not even dried, so no one dared to act rashly. Not long after, the first fleet was finally full. Without waiting for the rest of the spaceships, they directly took off and fled into the depths of the starry sky. Savins was already waiting in the main ship. As the leader of the civilization, he did not dare stay on the mother planet any longer. The escape fleet was divided into several batches. In order to escort him, more than half of the armed forces followed the first escape fleet with the fewest people. "We've finally set off," Savins heaved a sigh of relief. He still remembered that in the battle report, the two dynasty rulers had been tortured to death by the World Tree. It could be seen that the World Tree civilization liked to carry out beheadings. He was worried that he would follow in their footsteps and be trampled to death. Therefore, he only wanted to run away as soon as possible and did not dare stay on the mother planet to be a target. As far as he knew, the leaders of the other civilizations had the same idea and had all fled their mother planet. As the spaceship slowly accelerated, Savinis finally wasn't as worried as before. He muttered to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "It should be safe for the time being." However, before he could finish his sentence, the spaceship's radar suddenly emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound, pointing straight ahead of the spaceship. An energy reaction appeared out of thin air, blocking their path. The next moment, a mechanical deity expanded in the wind, and its size instantly exceeded the size of the entire fleet. It covered the stars and the sun, and a huge hand suddenly covered them. Rumble, psionic energy rippled like water, and the entire fleet began to explode like firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, the armed fleet was almost completely wiped out. They could not even cause a ripple, turning into a large expanse of fireworks in the starry sky. It was very beautiful. "This is Black Star?" Savins was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Run, run!" However, before he could finish, the spaceship operators were already sweating profusely. "This won't do. The fleet's intelligence matrix is completely locked. We can't control it at all. The spaceship is already paralyzed." "No," Savin's eyes widened in extreme fear. His pupils reflected the enlarged palm of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, and the mechanical patterns in his palm became clearer and clearer. Crack! Han Xiao grabbed the main ship and sucked it into his body, capturing Savins and the upper echelons on the ship. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and hammered. Energy burst out like a gamma-ray burst, spreading out in a large area, instantly evaporating a large group of battleships that were planning to counterattack. First one. Han Xiao turned around and disappeared in a flash, as if he had never been there. His goal was to capture the leaders of all the civilizations in the Star Alliance and use the advantage of individual strength to capture the leader first. With his current combat strength, the success rate of the decapitation operation was almost 100% against a civilization at the level of the Star Alliance. No one could stop him. His Excellency Savins has been captured by the enemy. Because Han Xiao's decapitation efficiency was too fast, when Savins and the other upper echelons were captured, the remaining defense forces of the mother planet did not have time to provide support. The remaining personnel of the ground base stared blankly at the place where Han Xiao had disappeared. Listening to the busy tone in the command channel, they suddenly fell into a state of chaos. End of chapter. Chapter 1477. The Star Alliance also had individual strength, but compared to the three universal civilizations, their top combatants were too few and too weak. With Han Xiao's abilities, he could do whatever he wanted here. In addition, the virtual network of the entire Star Alliance area was under the surveillance of Han Xiao, a transcendent-grade mechanic. The whereabouts of the upper echelons of the various Star Alliance members could not be hidden at all. Han Xiao was like an eagle pouncing on chicks, constantly teleporting and flashing, accurately intercepting the evacuation fleets of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance members one after another. He did not miss a single time, and even the leader of the Star Alliance did not manage to escape. He was also captured by him. In just a few days, the leaders and upper echelons of the 46 civilizations in the Star Alliance became Han Xiao's prisoners. One civilization after another lost the command from the upper echelons. Some civilizations had a good system and continued to carry out the migration plan through the command chain at the bottom. Some civilizations were rather decisive, and some took up the position of the upper echelons. However, most of them fell into different degrees of chaos. The intelligence of the world tree and the three universal civilizations was a secret of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance. The people and the officers knew nothing about it. They did not know what the World Tree fleet represented, nor did they have the strong fear of the World Tree civilization that the upper echelons of the Star Alliance had nurtured for many years. Therefore, after the upper echelons of the various civilizations disappeared, many civilizations launched an intense counterattack, as if they were newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. However, due to the collective absence of the upper echelons, the internal secrets were leaked under the influence of a certain force, and it quickly spread among the Star Alliance's grassroots. Most people understood the source of the disaster and learned how terrifying the World Tree civilization was, as well as the current situation where the World Tree civilization was at war with the three universal civilizations. As for the operation of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance taking advantage of the situation, under Han Xiao's control, it was not announced. It was still a secret. Because the World Tree's mechanism was too terrifying, the morale of many civilizations was reduced by more than half. What completely destroyed the will of the various civilizations in the Star Alliance was the invasion of another armed force. This time, the army that landed in the Star Alliance was the army of the three universal civilizations that was supposed to be fighting the World Tree. They had also become attackers. The morale of the Star Alliance completely collapsed. Faced with the pincer attack of two universal civilizations, they no longer had the courage to resist and could only flee in panic. The entire Star Alliance's battle situation slid into the abyss at lightning speed. All the resistance forces were paralyzed and destroyed by the three universal civilizations and the World Tree. Countless spaceships fled the Star Alliance's territory in a hurry, and it was already a mess. Only a month had passed since the World Tree civilization and the three universal civilizations invaded the Star Alliance. In reality, if the Star Alliance could unify all of its powers, they would at least have a universe-level standard. They wouldn't be so useless, and they would still be able to resist for a period of time if they worked together. However, it happened too suddenly, and there were too many internal differences, making it impossible for them to form an effective counterattack. The current situation of the Star Alliance was like the three universal civilizations that had been ambushed by the World Tree in his previous life. Furthermore, the situation was even worse, and they were caught off guard. If the Star Alliance was given some time, they might be able to recover from the chaos after suffering heavy losses and form various scattered civilian resistance forces. However, there was no chance now. All the upper echelons of the Star Alliance civilizations that were captured by Han Xiao were not executed, nor were they immediately devoured and transformed by the World Tree. Instead, they were all locked in the same cage and were not tortured physically. However, there were virtual screens floating in the cage, broadcasting the tragic situation of their various civilizations under the attack of the World Tree all day long, making it impossible for all the upper echelons of the Star Alliance to rest peacefully. They endured the psychological torture, and everyone was extremely haggard. Every day, as they watched the World Tree fleet destroy the Star Alliance, everyone was shocked, angry, and filled with fear and despair. They were in a state of panic. After the three universal civilizations attacked the Star Alliance on the screen, all the imprisoned upper echelons of the Star Alliance were stunned, and their minds went blank. They had thought that the World Tree was fighting on two fronts, but they did not expect the three universal civilizations to attack them as well. In an instant, their previous guesses were overturned, and everyone was shocked. Why would the three universal civilizations invade our territory with the World Tree civilization? Aren't they still fighting? The haggard Star Alliance leader's voice was hoarse with unconcealable shock and confusion. Did they give up and make peace? No, how is that possible? They shouldn't have given up until they die. Isn't the World Tree unable to coexist with any civilization? Someone muttered in disbelief. Savins opened his bloodshot blue eyes and hissed, "There's only one possibility, and that is that the three universal civilizations have already been devoured and transformed by the World Tree, becoming its slaves and losing their freedom. In other words, their civilization has already been destroyed." Ahahaha. Woo-woo. As he spoke, Savins revealed an ugly expression. It was as if he was crying and laughing at the same time, with an inexplicable ruthlessness and joy. Among all the Star Alliance civilizations that were attacked, the Law civilization was the most miserable. They were targeted by the World Tree and the three universal civilizations. Savins watched the tragic scenes his race experienced every day, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. In his eyes, although he was about to face destruction, at least the three universal civilizations were gone. His revenge had succeeded, and he had already dragged his enemies down with him, destroying the prosperous world of the three universal civilizations. Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. They all agreed that the three universal civilizations had become the vassals of the World Tree civilization. However, unlike Savins, the other upper echelons of the Star Alliance did not feel any joy, only fear. Originally, a single World Tree civilization was enough to destroy the Star Alliance. Now, the other party had even absorbed the forces of the three universal civilizations, completing the reinforcement. It was equivalent to two universal civilizations attacking from both sides. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that the Star Alliance had no chance of surviving. Their hearts were filled with despair, and their expressions were numb. Swoosh. At this moment, the door of the cage opened, and everyone turned around. A figure walked in against the light of the corridor outside, revealing an expressionless face. It was Han Xiao. "Everyone, have you been living comfortably?" Han Xiao spoke with an emotionless tone. Black Star. Everyone subconsciously shrank back as fear appeared on their faces. Only Savins did not retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward nervously with a ferocious smile on his face. He stretched out his hands as if he wanted to grab Han Xiao's shoulders. Pa. Before he could take a few steps, an invisible force swept out and sent Savins flying. His body was stuck to the wall of the prison with a bang. However, Savins did not seem to feel any pain at all. Instead, he laughed crazily as if he was about to stop breathing. "Ha ha ha, Black Star. Your three universal civilizations have also suffered a crushing defeat and become slaves of the World Tree. We will also become members of the World Tree. We are just equal existences to you. We will all end up the same. Don't think that anyone has won. Ha ha, cough, ha ha." The upper echelons of the Star Alliance looked at the crazed Savins and remained silent. There was only dejection on their faces, and there was even pity in their eyes when they looked at Han Xiao. Although they were destined to become members of the World Tree and did not seem to be dead, losing themselves was no different from death in their eyes. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking. He did not mind and shook his head. "Do you think the three universal civilizations have become slaves of the World Tree? A reasonable deduction, an interesting guess. Unfortunately, it's a completely wrong conclusion." Without waiting for anyone to react, he raised his palm, and a pocket-sized shadow of the Tree of World immediately appeared in his palm. It spun and emitted an astonishingly high-level pressure, so intimidating that everyone present felt weak all over and couldn't stand. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. "Our war has already ended, but you guessed wrong. The World Tree has been captured by me and has now become my universal treasure. In other words, I am the master of the World Tree civilization. As soon as he finished speaking, Savin's crazy and hoarse laughter stopped abruptly, like a screaming chicken that had its throat pinched. He widened his eyes and stared at Han Xiao. Impossible. I don't believe it. The intelligence clearly said that the World Tree civilization had the upper hand and almost destroyed. Oh. You're talking about the intelligence sent back by the group of monitors you left in the desolate universe belt? Without waiting for Savins to finish, Han Xiao interrupted him and smiled playfully. I got someone to make up those battle reports. Are you happy enough? As soon as he said that, it was as if he had pressed the mute button. Savin's anger froze on his face, and the others widened their eyes. The room suddenly fell silent. Han Xiao blinked and slowly said, Your spies have long been discovered by us and transformed into servants of the World Tree. They have been sending you fake information, making you think that we are still in the middle of a war. In fact, we have already taken care of the World Tree more than a year ago. What you see is an illusion that we deliberately made up. At this moment, everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. Thinking of the pleasant surprise they had received every time they saw the battle report over the past year, everyone felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten something delicious. It turned out that they had been foolishly laughing at the fake information that others had made up. They had been complacent and smug about it, and they had been toyed with by others. At this moment, everyone wished they could tear off their faces and throw them somewhere they could no longer see. At the same time, an even deeper sense of despair rose in everyone's hearts. After knowing that this was a mixed double battle, everyone completely lost all hope. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and they knew that the Star Alliance was finished. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. Actually, he felt that the Star Alliance was quite unlucky. Even if these people did not take advantage of the situation to stab the 3 universal civilizations in the back, when he defeated the World Tree, he would still use the information form warning network to cover all the star fields in his territory. This way, the Star Alliance would still have nowhere to hide and would still be exposed. At that time, the Star Alliance would still be watched and vigilant by the 3 universal civilizations, and their outcome would not be any better. Therefore, the moment the Star Alliance sent spies to investigate the Galactic Society, their outcome was almost destined. The leader of the Star Alliance clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What do you want to do to us if you don't devour us? Han Xiao glanced at them and said, I need everyone's cooperation. As you can see, we have the ability to destroy all the civilizations in the Star Alliance, but I will give your race a chance. Stop resisting, choose to submit, and become our subsidiary. Only then will we give you the right to continue. You can completely devour us. Why are you doing this? The leader of the Star Alliance was furious. I like it. Han Xiao raised his brows. He paused for a moment, glanced at everyone, and continued, think about it. You only have one chance. At this moment, Savins suddenly roared and interrupted him. We will never give up our freedom and become the World Tree's vassals. Don't even think about enslaving us. However, before he could finish, Han Xiao flicked his finger, and mechanical particles flew out, forming a mechanical closure device that covered the lower half of Savin's face, blocking his roar back into his chest. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said with a calm expression, It seems like he has already made his choice. Before the Law civilization is destroyed, he will not be executed. He will be here to see the results of his choice. Everyone, it's your turn. Because I was interrupted just now, I'll repeat myself. The 3 universal civilizations can destroy you effortlessly. If you refuse me, you won't even have the chance to reproduce under the World Tree's jurisdiction. Destroy or continue, think carefully. Everyone's expressions were uncertain as they fell into an endless dilemma. They knew that this was an example to others, but this move was still very effective. They wanted to say that they would never become slaves, but looking at the miserable state of their race on the virtual screen, they felt the burden on their shoulders become heavier and heavier, making them unable to open their mouths. At this moment, mechanical particles flowed out from under Han Xiao's robe and turned into a fixed cabin, locking Savins up and making him unable to move. This attracted everyone's sympathetic gazes. Don't worry, you have plenty of time. Before our fleet destroys your civilization, you can hesitate as much as you want. After all, the ones dying in battle are not you. Han Xiao said this and left under everyone's terrified and unwilling gazes. The cell door closed behind him, cutting off Savin's struggling groans. Han Xiao did not stop walking, and the officers of the 3 universal civilizations were already waiting at the door. Seeing this, they quickly followed. Your Excellency Blackstar, thank you for your hard work, Tenny said. It's nothing. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Han Xiao waved his hands. He had already helped to this extent, and the Star Alliance had already lost the ability to resist. The rest of the work was enough to leave to the 3 universal civilizations. With the World Tree civilization working together, he did not need to do anything else. The 3 universal civilizations were still capable of completing such a simple task. I didn't expect it to be resolved so smoothly. A civilization that has stepped into the threshold of the universe level was easily disintegrated in such a short time. My organization has actually expanded to this level. Han Xiaoshan sighed inwardly before striding away. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.